If you hike the Superior Hiking Trail late in October, hear me out. This is the kind of story people pass around at gas stations along Highway 61 when the wind comes off the lake and your coffee cools faster than it should. I live in Duluth. My wife and I are weekend hikers, not heroes, with a medium rescue dog who usually thinks everything in the woods is her business. We've done most of the easy sections south of Beaver Bay and a few overnights. We know how to run a stove, throw a good food hang, and read a paper map when the trail markers get sparse. That's all we brought to what I'm about to tell you. Ordinary competence, a dog with opinions, and one piece of luck we didn't earn. We went for the color. The plan was simple. Park at Gooseberry Falls State Park, step onto the Superior Hiking Trail, heading north, and crash at one of the backcountry sites before the Split Rock River. Then push out at first light to the Split Rock Wayside on Highway 61. Peak leaves were hanging on, but you could feel the season trying to close the door. The forecast said flurries possible, low 30s, wind from the big lake. The air smelled like cold iron. That's not poetry. That's what it smelled like. Metal and water and old rock. The kind of smell that gets into your sinuses and stays there, sharp and clean and wrong somehow, like breathing through a handful of old nails. We started at the trailhead just after noon on a Saturday in late October of 2018. The parking lot was nearly empty. One rusted Ford pickup with Minnesota plates and a canoe rack. One newer Subaru with Wisconsin tags and a bike mount. Nobody else. The ranger station was closed for the season. The information board showed a weather advisory for wind and possible ice on exposed sections. My wife took a photo of the map with her phone. I checked the pack straps one more time and tightened the hip belt. The first miles were clean and quiet. Blue blazes on trunks, boardwalk across a low wet spot. Birch and cedar mixed together so the trunks looked like a set of ribs. The dog trotted ahead on the line, checking back every 20 yards like she always does. The lake showed through the trees once or twice, a sheet of dull gray that swallowed light, no horizon line, just gray meeting gray somewhere you couldn't pin down. We stopped at a clearing where the trail opened onto a granite shelf. You could see the lake from there, stretching out like hammered pewter. The wind came straight off the water and pushed so hard my wife had to lean into it. The dog sat between us, ears flat, and whined once. Not her usual complaint about squirrels or wanting to move faster. This was deeper, the kind of sound that makes you look around even when you can't say why. My wife said she's been weird all morning. I said she's fine, just cold. But I didn't believe it. The dog kept looking back the way we'd come, then forward, then back again, like she was measuring distance, like she was counting exits. We found the first sign before we found our campsite. A birch stood just off the tread, pale and smooth, with long vertical scrapes cut into it. Not small, fresh, like it had been peeled with a dull chisel. The bottom of the marks were at my chest. The top reached a place where I'd have to jump to touch. Deep gouges, 4 of them running parallel. The bark hung in strips, still white on the inside, not yet turned by weather. I said moose. My wife said maybe. But moose rub their antlers in September. This was late October. Rub was over, and the spacing was wrong. Too narrow, too deliberate. The marks didn't follow the curve of the trunk. They went straight up like something had stood facing the tree and dragged its hand down in one motion. The dog did not sniff the bark. She stared past it, tail down, then moved us along with that stubborn shoulder lean dogs use when they have an opinion. We brushed it off because brushing it off is easy while the sun is still up. We passed 2 more marked trees in the next mile. Both birch, both scraped the same way. The last one had dark staining at the bottom of the gouges, rust-colored and crusted. Could have been sap, could have been something else. I didn't touch it to find out. The trail bent inland, away from the lake, and the trees closed in tighter. Spruce now, heavy and dark, with branches that hung low enough to brush our shoulders. The ground turned soft, moss and old needles that muffled every step. The dog stopped checking back. She walked right against my shin, close enough that I could feel her ribs through the pack. We made camp an hour before dark. Flat spot above a little drainage, steel fire ring, a couple of sitting logs. We pulled water from a shallow seep that moved just enough to not freeze at the edges. The wind brought the sound of the lake, sometimes a low hiss like tires on wet pavement, sometimes a deeper groan that came from the bedrock itself, like the whole shore was settling under weight. We set a PCT-style food hang 30 or 40 feet from the tent, rock bag throw over a good limb. Bag up 10 or 12 feet and away from the trunk, the rope hummed once in a gust and settled. I checked the angle and tie off twice because it felt like the kind of night that would punish lazy. My wife built a small fire in the ring while I set up the tent. We ate freeze-dried chili and drank instant coffee that tasted like burned cardboard. The dog wouldn't eat. She took one sniff of her kibble and backed away, then curled up between our packs with her head on her paws, watching the tree line. "She's really off," my wife said. "She'll eat in the morning. She's never skipped a meal." I didn't have an answer for that. We cleaned everything that smelled like food, bagged it, hung it, and tucked in by 8:30. The dog loafed between us like a space heater, but she didn't settle. Her eyes stayed open. Her ears kept swiveling toward sounds I couldn't hear. Here's where the story tightens. A single thud landed uphill from us as the last light went out of the sky. Not a crack, not falling wood. A planted heel somewhere in the leaves, heavy, deliberate, then nothing. The kind of silence that isn't peaceful. It's just the thing you hear when other sounds stop. The dog gave one low growl, the way a dog clears its throat. Then she crawled under my wife's legs, shivering hard enough to rattle the pads. She stopped looking toward the sound. She stopped looking at all. She pressed her face into the sleeping bag and went still, except for the trembling. We're not reckless. We had a plan for a bear. Noise first, then heat and light, then more noise. I set the stove and a fire starter where I could reach them. My wife had her headlamp in her hand, the map in the top of her pack. We didn't talk. Talking would have meant admitting we were afraid, and neither of us wanted to be the first to say it. I checked my watch. 8:47. The wind had died completely. No hiss from the lake, no rustle in the branches, just our breathing and the faint creak of the tent fabric when one of us shifted weight. The steps came again at 10:45, give or take. Not a charge, not sneaking, heavy, slow, placed. They stopped and started as if whoever owned them was testing wind, but there was no wind. The air had gone dead. Each step landed with a wet crunch in the leaves, then a pause, then another step. They always stopped on the windward side of our tent where our scent should have been blowing when the wind was still up. They never crossed behind us into the lee. I counted 12 steps, then silence, then 8 more, then nothing for what felt like 10 minutes but was probably 3. Then 4 steps, closer this time, close enough that I could hear the weight shift between footfalls, close enough that I could hear something else underneath the steps. A wet sound, like breathing through a mouthful of fluid. My wife's hand found mine in the dark. Her fingers were ice. There's a trick a guide showed me once. If you think something is out there and you don't want to blind yourself or challenge it straight on, you can flick light with a small mirror. I had one in the first aid kit, a cheap square with rounded edges. I angled my headlamp into it and sent a thin beam sideways between 2 trees. When the light moved right, the steps moved right at the same pace, keeping the same distance. When I slid it left, the sound matched the slide like it could see the edge of our attention and keep just outside it. You don't invent that in your head. You hear it in your bones. I moved the light in a slow arc. The steps followed in perfect time, never rushing, never falling behind. When I stopped the beam, the steps stopped. When I started again, they resumed at the exact same rhythm, like a dance. Like something that had done this before and knew all the moves. My wife whispered, "What is it?" I whispered back, "I don't know." The dog made a sound I'd never heard from her before, high and thin, almost like a child crying. She burrowed deeper under my wife's legs until only her tail showed, and even that was tucked tight. Then the rope above us thumped. A careful tug, another, the bag creaked on the line. Whatever was out there plucked at the rope and knew the hang, understood the mechanics of it, but it never stepped into the zone right under the bag where it would be most vulnerable, never put itself in the open. The bag swung once, twice, the rope groaned. I heard the branch flex under the weight, a long, slow creak like a door opening in an empty house. Then the tugging stopped. The bag hung there, swaying slightly, the rope still humming with tension. My wife mouthed the word bear. I nodded because I wanted that word. It's a good word. It has rules. Bears are big and dangerous and frightening, but they make sense. They follow patterns. They respond to fire and noise and human presence in predictable ways. You can read about bears, you can prepare for bears, you can tell a bear story at a bar, and people nod and buy you a drink and say you handled it right. But the dog knew better. She tried to wedge behind our packs and vanished down to a quiver I could feel through the floor. Her breath showed in soft clouds in the beam. Ours did too, each one hanging there between us in the mesh, breaking thin in the wind that had started up again. Out past the tent wall, something crossed the edge of light where a face should be and left nothing in the air. No steam, no fog, no breath, just a gap that passed through the beam and was gone. The temperature inside the tent dropped so fast I could feel it on my skin, not gradual, not the slow cooling of night. It was like someone had opened a freezer door and all the cold had spilled out at once. My wife's breath turned to thick white plumes. The condensation on the tent walls started to frost. I unzipped fast. My wife put her thumb to the stove control, and I jammed a fire starter into the ring. The stove gave that thin jet roar with a spark. The starter took all at once and threw a hard white glare. In that flicker, something tall and wrong stood frozen between two dark trunks. Not bulky, not gaunt the way a starving person looks. It was stretched, like its joints had grown to clear some distance they weren't meant to clear. The knees and elbows hinged a little off. The head tilted not in curiosity, but like listening was the whole point. The proportions were human but wrong. The arms hung too long, the legs bent backward slightly at the knee, just enough to make the stance look unnatural. The fingers, I could see the fingers clearly in the firelight, were thin and pale and too long, with too many joints. They flexed once, then went still. There was no plume at the mouth. Every breath I could see came from us. Steam poured from our mouths and noses, thick white clouds that rose and dissipated. But where that thing stood, the air was clear, empty, like the cold itself was breathing. It didn't run. It slid behind a spruce and did not come out. The quiet after the light felt like the space under a door when the hallway goes dark. I don't care what kind of camper you are. There is a speed beyond fast when you know you need to leave. We reached it. My wife stuffed the bags loose into the packs. I yanked stakes and rolled the fly halfway and said, forget it. The food bag came down like a shot. We left one bootlace coiled near the ring because I had pulled it to fix an eyelet earlier and it never made it back into the pocket. 90 seconds, give or take. We left the site as if it had burned down around us. The tent poles clattered as we shoved them into the side pocket. The sleeping bags went in unrolled, just crammed down hard. The stove was still hot, and I burned my thumb getting it into the pack, but I didn't stop to look at it. My wife grabbed the dog's leash and collar and we hauled her up by the harness because she wouldn't stand on her own. North was the call. The Split Rock Wayside is closer than Gooseberry from that site, and you can hear the highway from the knobs before the river if the wind agrees. We pushed into the dark, the headlamp showing that darker ribbon of tread through leaves. Blue blazes flared, faded, flared again on trunks. Boardwalks were slick from flurries that didn't want to be snow yet. The dog, who always runs point, pressed against my calf and tried to wedge under the swinging packs whenever the trail tightened. She would not range, she would not look backward. Her nails clicked on the wood planks, and she kept making that high whining sound, over and over, like a metronome counting down to something we couldn't see. We kept time by sing-shouting a kid's trail song under our breath, not for courage, just to set a cadence we could hold. The rhythm meant our steps didn't run away from us. My wife sang the first line. I sang the second, back and forth. Our voices cracked and went hoarse, but we kept going because stopping meant hearing what else was out there. The first footbridge we hit had a handrail with a thin skin of ice on it, and I can still feel the sting in my fingertips where the cold cut through. The metal burned. My palm stuck to it for half a second before I jerked it free, leaving skin behind. I didn't look at it, just kept moving. We passed a spur sign for a campsite and didn't talk about stopping. The lake appeared through the black trees once, just a darker strip where nothing else was. The wind pushed it into a shape without edges. Every time the trail bent into the wind, we'd hear it again. The measured weight uphill of us, adjusting as we did, never falling behind, never breaking a branch. Just that steady crunch in the leaves, deliberate, patient, like something that had all the time in the world and knew we didn't. At one flat slab of rock, slick with lichen and dust, I put a knee down hard. The pack threw my balance, and I went down on both hands, scraping my palms raw on the granite. My headlamp swung back as I turned. The steps stopped clean at the sweep of the beam, like the mirror trick. But closer, much closer. Close enough that I should have been able to see something in the light. A shape, a shadow, movement. But there was nothing. Just the empty trail and the dark trees and that wet breathing sound hanging in the air. My wife hauled me up by the pack strap. We didn't speak. We just moved. Then we went 100 yards with nothing but our own noise. Our boots on the boards, our breathing, the dog's claws, the creak of the pack frames, the jingle of carabiners, and the slosh of water in the bladders. Normal sounds, human sounds. Then it returned. Same pace, same placement on the windward side. Always uphill, always just outside the reach of the light. I tried the mirror trick again, flicking the beam in short bursts. The steps matched every movement. When I stopped, they stopped. When I moved the light fast, the sound accelerated. When I slowed it down, the footfalls slowed with it. It was learning, adapting, playing. My wife said, "Don't do that anymore." I said, "Okay." We pushed harder. The trail climbed a long rocky grade, and my lungs started to burn. The cold air felt like broken glass in my chest. The dog was panting now, her tongue out, her sides heaving. She kept looking up at me with wild eyes, pleading, asking me to fix this, to make it stop. I couldn't. The grade topped out at a narrow ridge. The trail ran along the spine of it, exposed on both sides. No trees here, just low scrub and bare rock. The wind came at us full force, pushing hard enough to make us stagger. I could see stars through breaks in the clouds, the first time all night. For a moment I thought we'd lost it. The ridge was too open, too exposed, nothing to hide behind, nothing to use for cover. Then I heard it below us, off the trail, moving through the brush on the downslope side, parallel to our path, keeping pace. The sound was different now, faster, more aggressive, like it didn't need to be careful anymore, like it knew we were tiring and it could afford to close the distance. My wife grabbed my arm and pointed. Down the slope, maybe 30 yards out, something moved through the scrub, not crashing through, not fighting the terrain, just moving, fluid, wrong. The bushes bent and swayed, but I never saw what pushed them. Just the movement itself, tracking us, matching our speed stride for stride. Dawn makes a promise even if you don't trust it. It thinned the black at about 6:30. The sky went from black to deep blue to gray. The stars faded. The shapes of the trees came back. Edges returned to the world. The dog lifted her head for the first time in hours. The grade tilted down. The smell of wet gravel came in from the road and the hiss of a truck's tires carried through the trees. We didn't start to breathe easier until the wayside opened under our feet and the asphalt took our weight. I remember the blue of the vault toilet door and the metal sheen on the bear-proof cans more clearly than I remember faces from high school. Real things, made by people, bolted to concrete pads, painted with numbers and warnings and maintenance schedules, proof that the world still worked the way it was supposed to. A state parks truck swung in from Highway 61 and idled. The man in the cab saw our packs, our dog, our faces. He asked if we were okay. We said we were now. We said we'd like a ride back to Gooseberry if he had the time. He asked what happened while we warmed our hands over the heater vents. The cab smelled like coffee and diesel and mud. Normal smells, good smells. We said bear because bear is the right size to say inside a moving truck at dawn. He asked if our dog was drooling or vomiting or acting off. We said scared but steady. He told us about distemper and trichinosis and scavengers, practical things that don't care about stories. He said to call a vet if she seemed sick. He offered to swing past our camp on the way. We're not brave. We said yes because a truck is a steel room with locks and we wanted to see the spot in daylight from inside one. We found the pad where we'd slept by the churned leaves and the half impression of our tent footprint. The ground was scuffed in arcs like someone had pivoted on the balls of their feet while testing weight. Deep impressions, human-sized. But the toes pointed backward. The rope was fine. The limb was fine. Our food bag had tooth dents on the tough liner, but nothing tore. Except the marks weren't animal. They were too even, too measured, like something with human teeth had worried at the fabric without trying to rip it. Just testing, tasting, tasting. Inside the ring, there were deer bones we hadn't seen before, ribs with the ends chewed clean, part of a lower leg. The marrow had been sucked out, the joints were cracked open. Our forgotten bootlace lay nearby, frayed and slimed like a toy you'd pull away from a bored dog. But worst were the marks in the dirt around the fire ring. Handprints, dozens of them, pressed into the soft ground in circles around where we'd slept. The fingers were too long, the palms were too narrow, and they were deep, like whatever made them had been bearing weight on them. Crouching, watching, circling. No clear tracks beyond the prints. No scat. Nothing that hands can hold up and say, look, this is proof. The ranger wrote it down as a black bear encounter near a backcountry site north of Gooseberry, late October. Hikers exited before dawn. No injury, he said. Bears push hard before real snow. He told us again to watch the dog. He didn't argue about our food hang height. He didn't argue about anything. Paper is good at swallowing corners. We took the ride back, signed where he asked, and went home. The dog slept like she'd been poured into her bed. When she woke, she ate, drank, and trotted to the door with the same look she always gives me. No fever, no limp, no change I could name. We sat over coffee and decided what to do with the night. We did what people do when they want to go to work on Monday and sleep through the next winter without listening for steps. We accepted the line on the report. We put the thing into the bear box in our heads and slid the lid shut. But here's the part that makes it a warning. If you go out between Gooseberry and Split Rock late in October, don't camp where the wind hits you in the face all night. Don't count on noise scaring everything off. Don't count on the tricks you learned from a search and rescue blog to make you feel taller than you are. Bring heat you can light without fumbling. Hang your food right and know how to drop it fast. If anything out there moves in time with your light instead of from it, if it keeps the wind between you like a rule it wrote for itself, leave. Don't run. Don't argue. Pack what you can in a minute and go north by headlamp. Sing shouting if you have to. Aim for asphalt and steel and morning paperwork. You don't need a name for everything you meet in the dark. Someone years ago used one around a logging campfire and people still roll it around in their mouth like a dare. I don't care what word you pick. I care that you get out whole. We did. That's the end of it. That's enough. I grew up car camping all over Tennessee, spending weekends at every state park my parents could reach on a tank of gas. But last fall marked my first time taking my younger brother Tim and his fiancée Lauren on a real backpacking overnight. The kind where you carry everything on your back and sleep miles from the nearest road. We planned it carefully, doing everything by the book. I filled out the permit application at Cosby Campground 3 days in advance, paid the fee, and left our itinerary with the office. Our car sat parked by the trailhead kiosk with the dashboard permit visible through the windshield. The route I'd chosen ran up the Low Gap Trail along Cosby Creek to one of the designated backcountry sites, a reasonable distance for first-timers carrying full packs. It was late October, that narrow window when the weather sits perfectly balanced between seasons. Cold enough that morning frost made the footbridge boards slick under our boots. Warm enough by afternoon that you could unzip your jacket on the climbs and feel actual sweat cooling on your neck. The campground parking lot was half empty. Most of the RVs and family campers had cleared out after the leaf-peeping tourists went home. The air had that dry, earthy smell you only get when the color is past peak and the trees are thinning out, dropping their leaves in earnest now. I wanted Tim and Lauren to have a gentle first trip. Cook simple meals on the camp stove, hear the creek running at night, see how quiet the Smokies get once you walk more than a mile from any road. We started up the trail around noon, our packs settled and our legs fresh. The path climbed gradually through second-growth hardwoods, crossing the creek twice on solid log bridges. Tim kept stopping to take photos of the water running over smooth stones, and Lauren pointed out mushrooms growing from rotting logs. I was pleased. This was exactly the kind of easy, beautiful day I'd hoped to show them. About a half-mile before our designated campsite, my trekking pole caught on something I never saw coming. The pole flexed sideways with a harsh scraping sound, and a small bell, maybe thumb-sized, gave one flat metallic note that cut through the ambient forest sounds like a knife. The tone hung in the air for a moment, then faded. I stopped walking immediately. The bell hung at knee height, almost invisible in the shadow cast by a thick rhododendron. Someone had run monofilament fishing line between two young saplings and tied the bell to a carefully formed loop in the line. We all crouched around it like we were examining a leak under a sink, suddenly very aware of how still the woods had become. No birdsong, no breeze moving the remaining leaves, just the distant sound of the creek and our own breathing. The line was too clean and taut to be old trash, and the setup was too purposeful to be random. The saplings had been chosen for their position, right at the natural walking height where a pole or a boot might brush the line. I eased the monofilament off my trekking pole with 2 fingers, moving slowly, and set it back exactly how we'd found it, the bell hanging motionless. "What was that?" Tim asked, his voice lower than normal. "Trail marker, maybe," I said, not believing it myself. "Or someone's weird art project." We walked on, but the easy mood had broken. 10 minutes later, we hit another setup. This one was a coffee can with pebbles inside, strung on more fishing line so it would rattle loudly if you brushed the thread. The can sat right at shin height, stretched across a faint side path that branched off from the main trail. The path looked old and overgrown, not officially maintained. "What is that for?" Lauren asked, stopping well short of the line. I said something about deer spoiling, that maybe someone was trying to keep animals away from a specific area, because I didn't want to say what I was actually thinking, which was that someone had built an early warning system. Someone who wanted advance notice of people moving around out here, people approaching from specific directions. We stepped over the line carefully, one at a time, and I used a stick to push it back into position after we'd all cleared it. Then we kept going because the sun was already flattening out behind the western ridge, and I didn't want to be setting up camp in full darkness. We reached our designated campsite without seeing another soul on the trail. The site was one of the smaller, quieter ones, not listed in the popular guides, just a couple of flat dirt pads worn down to mineral soil, a crude fire ring someone had built from creek stones, and a clearing just large enough for 2 tents if you didn't mind sleeping close. We ignored the fire ring entirely. I'd brought a camp stove, and open fires draw attention. The site had a solid oak branch about 15 feet up that would work perfectly for a bear hang, and Cosby Creek ran clean and cold about 30 yards downslope through a stand of hemlocks. We fell into the routine I'd practiced on solo trips. Pitch the tent on the flattest pad, guy lines tight and vestibule facing away from prevailing wind. Hang the food bag on a branch far from camp using the counterbalance method, 1 bag with food, 1 bag with rocks, tossed over the branch and balanced so neither touches the ground. Filter 2 liters of water from the creek through my pump system, the kind that takes out everything dangerous. Boil water on the camp stove for dehydrated meals, the kind that come in pouches and reconstitute with hot water. The air had that clear, cold edge that makes aluminum pots ring a little when you set them down on rock. The plan was simple: eat dinner while there was still some light, take a short walk to scout the trail exit we'd use in the morning, and be zipped into the tent by full dark. We ate chicken teriyaki and rice from foil pouches, drank instant coffee, and watched the sky turn from blue to purple to deep violet between the tree branches. "That was easier than I thought," Tim said, scraping the last of his meal from the pouch. "I thought backpacking would be harder." "Wait until you're carrying the pack uphill in July," I said. "Then tell me how easy it is." Lauren stood and stretched, rolling her shoulders. "Should we take that walk now, before it gets too dark?" We followed a narrow footpath that led behind our campsite, a trail that looked like it paralleled the main route we'd come in on. I wanted to confirm where it rejoined the main trail so we wouldn't waste time in the morning. The path was less maintained than the official trail, with more roots crossing the packed dirt and branches hanging lower. We walked single file, me in front with my headlamp already around my neck in case we needed it. About 200 yards from camp, deep in a rhododendron thicket under those thick, shiny evergreen leaves, I spotted something that didn't belong. A square of dark green tarp had been tucked carefully into the brush and dusted with leaf litter to break up its outline. The corners were weighted down with smooth river rocks, the kind you'd find in the creek bed. I stopped walking and held up one hand. Tim and Lauren came up beside me, and we all stared at the tarp for a long moment. "Should we look?" Lauren whispered. "We should leave it alone," I said, but I was already kneeling down, because not knowing felt worse than knowing. I lifted one corner of the tarp carefully, Underneath, the soil was dark and freshly turned, mounded in 4 distinct lumps about the size of small loaves of bread. The dirt had that rich, damp smell of earth that's been recently disturbed. Sitting beside the mounds was a burlap sack tied shut with paracord, the kind of general-purpose cord you can buy at any outdoor store. I loosened the knot just enough to peek inside without fully opening it. The sack was full of roots. Knobby tan-colored roots with thin feeder hairs still attached and clumps of dirt clinging to them. The smell that came from the sack was sharp, green, and medicinal, distinctive if you know what to look for. Ginseng roots. Wild ginseng, the kind that grows slowly in old forests and can sell for serious money to buyers who ship it overseas for traditional medicine. Harvesting any plant in a national park is illegal, period, no exceptions. People do it anyway because a single mature ginseng root can sell for hundreds of dollars, and a good haul can bring in thousands. Poachers scout remote areas, dig up the roots and stash them until they can carry them out without being seen. The fresh soil told me this cache was recent, probably dug within the last day or two. We didn't touch anything else. I put the sack back exactly how I'd found it, retied the paracord with the same kind of knot, and pulled the tarp back over the mounds. We replaced the river rocks in their original positions, or as close as I could remember, and backed out of the rhododendron thicket the same way we'd entered, trying not to leave obvious footprints. There was a short, tense conversation right there in the dimming light about whether we should pack out immediately and report what we'd found. It was already getting dark in the drainage, that early mountain darkness that comes when the sun drops behind the ridges, even though the sky is still light overhead. Between fallen leaves and scattered blowdowns, hiking out would mean slow going on slippery ground with only headlamps for light. A turned ankle or a fall in the dark could turn a precaution into a real emergency. "We should leave," Lauren said, her voice tight. "This feels wrong." "It's almost dark," I said, looking at the sky. "We'd be hiking blind in 30 minutes. "So we stay here, next to someone's illegal stash?" Tim asked. I thought about it, running through scenarios. We do a careful night, strict bear protocol, even though this isn't about bears. We keep everything secure, stay alert, and leave at first light. Soon as there's enough light to see the trail clearly, we're gone. Tim looked at Lauren. She nodded slowly, though I could see she wasn't happy about it. We walked back to camp quickly and started preparations. I pulled everything out of the tent vestibule, our boots, the stuff sacks, everything, and arranged it so nothing could snag us if we needed to exit fast. I clipped the bear spray canister to my pack shoulder strap where my right hand could find it instantly without looking, and I checked that the safety clip moved freely. We all put fresh batteries in our headlamps and tested the strobe modes, the kind that flash bright and disorienting. I kept the camp stove assembled and ready to light, knowing the roar of the burner could make noise if we needed to sound bigger and more present than 3 people. All our food and anything scented, toothpaste, deodorant, even chapstick, went into the bear bag and got hung far from the tent. We brushed our teeth and spat the water well away from camp. We changed out of the clothes we'd cooked in and put those in the bear bag too. These weren't really bear precautions anymore. These were precautions against humans, against anyone who might come looking for their hidden cache and wonder who'd been walking around near it. We ate granola bars in silence as the last light faded, and I kept glancing back the way we'd come, watching the trail. The forest sounds were normal, leaves rustling in a light breeze, the creek running steady, an owl calling from somewhere up the ridge. Then somewhere on the trail behind our camp, a bell chimed once, just one clear note, bright and deliberate, then nothing. If you've spent time in the backcountry, you learn the difference between animal noise and human noise. Animals move with rhythm. Deer bound and stop, bound and stop. Raccoons rustle continuously through leaves. Birds call and answer. Human movement is different, more deliberate, more weighted. That bell wasn't an animal brushing a line. That was a person touching it, probably testing to see if anyone had disturbed their warning system. We killed the stove immediately, cutting off the hiss of the burner. We sat frozen, listening. The creek stayed steady. Leaves ticked and whispered as the air cooled and contracted, but no voices, no footsteps, nothing that would let us point and say there. We decided to get in the tent early, before full darkness settled in completely. We lined our boots up right outside the vestibule door, positioned so we could step directly into them without fumbling. We kept our headlamps on our foreheads but turned off. Everything we might need sat within arm's reach: the spray, the stove, the whistle I carried for emergencies. It got truly dark. The kind of darkness you don't get near roads or houses, where the nearest electric light is miles away and the moon hasn't risen yet. Without moonlight, everything past the tent's thin nylon walls turned into the same formless dark, not because something was wrong with it, just because light only carries so far through brush and tree trunks, and beyond that distance your eyes have nothing to work with. We lay there in our sleeping bags, not talking much. I was on my back, staring at the tent ceiling, which I couldn't actually see. Tim was to my left, Lauren to my right. I could hear their breathing slightly faster than normal. I was counting seconds in my head, though I'm not sure why. Maybe just to have something to focus on besides the darkness and the waiting. We were half asleep, or I was starting to drift anyway, when I heard footsteps on dry leaves. Slow, careful footsteps, the kind of deliberate pace you take when you're trying not to make much sound but can't avoid it entirely because dry leaves crunch no matter how carefully you step. The footsteps came from the direction of the main trail, moving toward our camp, but stopping just short of where our tent sat. Then I heard voices, a man's voice and a woman's voice, speaking to each other in low, steady tones just outside the reach of our hearing. The words were too quiet to make out, but the rhythm was clear, one voice, then the other, like a normal conversation, except it wasn't normal, because they were having this conversation 20 feet from our tent in full darkness, and they hadn't announced themselves or called out a greeting. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin inside the tent. "Can we help you?" The voices stopped immediately. Complete silence except for the creak. We waited, barely breathing. Then the voices started again, the same low murmur, still just out of clear hearing range. "Hello," Tim called, louder this time. "We're camped here. Can we help you?" Again, immediate silence. Then after maybe 30 seconds, the voices resumed. It was like they were waiting for us to stop talking before they continued. Every time one of us called out, the voices went quiet and stayed quiet until we stopped. Then they picked up again, never quite loud enough for us to catch a full sentence. Not exactly whispering and not normal conversation volume either. Something in between, deliberately ambiguous. "This is wrong," Lauren whispered. "This is really wrong." I agreed. We'd already discussed what to do if something felt off, and now we needed to follow through. I unzipped the tent door and crawled out, my hands shaking slightly as I stepped into my boots. Tim and Lauren came out right behind me. We stood up together and moved into the formation we'd talked about, back to back in a tight triangle, so no one could approach from behind without one of us seeing. We all had our headlamps on, but we kept them on the lowest setting to preserve our night vision. Our hands stayed on the buttons, ready to switch to strobe mode instantly. I lit the camp stove, and it roared to life with that familiar pressurized hiss. The sound was louder than I expected in the quiet forest, and the heat radiating from the burner felt good against the cold air. I held the bear spray in my right hand with the safety clip off, but my finger carefully away from the trigger. The last thing I needed was to accidentally spray myself. I took a breath and spoke clearly, projecting my voice the way I'd learned in a wilderness first aid course. "We are camping at a permitted site. The campground host has our itinerary and knows exactly where we are. We will be leaving at first light to report what we found today. We don't want any trouble." For a moment, nothing. Then the woman's voice called from somewhere on the trail, clearer now. "Help, he's hurt." The words were distinct, but the tone was all wrong. There was no panic, no urgency, just a flat statement, like reading from a script. Before I could process it, the man's voice answered from a completely different angle, not from the same location as the woman, but off to our left, maybe 40 feet away. "Help, he's hurt." The same words, the same inflection. Like an echo, except echoes don't have timing that precise, and they don't come from different locations. The voices kept moving. Every time we turned our headlamps toward the source of a sound, the footsteps shifted by a few yards, staying just outside the edge of our light. Leaves crunched once or twice, then nothing. I heard the coffee can rattle, a deliberate sound like someone had shaken it gently with 2 fingers and then steadied it. I swept my headlamp across the brush to our right and caught a glint of something reflective. Another line of monofilament, this one strung between 2 short stakes that definitely hadn't been there when we'd set up camp. Someone had placed it while we were cooking dinner, while we were distracted and not paying attention to the perimeter. The line ran close to our tent, close enough that we could have tripped over it, stepping out in the dark. The small bell we'd seen earlier on the trail gave a tiny metallic tick, not a full ring, just the sound of the bell tapping against something and being steadied immediately by a hand. Someone was right there, close enough to touch the bell, close enough to see us clearly in the glow of the stove. I repeated louder this time, "We are staying right here until daylight. We will not approach you. We will leave at first light and report what we saw to the ranger station." The woman's voice called again, steady and calm. "Help, he's hurt." The man echoed from another angle, "Help, he's hurt." They were performing for us, testing to see if we'd break formation, if we'd run toward the voices in some misguided attempt to help, if we'd stumble over one of their lines in the dark or get separated, or panic and flee down the trail where they could control the terrain. We didn't move. The stove kept roaring, drowning out my heartbeat. I could feel Tim's shoulder pressing against mine harder than he probably realized, and I could hear Lauren's breathing, fast and shallow. We stood there in our little triangle of light, surrounded by darkness and voices that wouldn't resolve into people. We finally got back in the tent when the footsteps had been gone long enough that standing outside started to feel foolish. My legs were shaking from standing still in the cold, and my neck ached from constantly turning my head to scan the darkness. But we didn't relax. We kept our boots on, laced tight. Headlamps stayed around our necks, batteries fresh. The bear spray canister sat between my knees where I could grab it in less than a second. The tent's nylon walls felt like tissue paper. I was acutely aware of how thin the material was, how little it would do to stop anything or anyone. It was just colored fabric and some aluminum poles, the illusion of shelter. We lay there in the darkness trying to control our breathing, listening to every sound. We stayed quiet for maybe 15 minutes. The forest had gone still again. No voices, no footsteps, just the background rush of the creek and the occasional tick of cooling tree branches. I was starting to think maybe they'd left. Maybe they'd decided we weren't worth the effort. Then I heard breathing. Someone was standing just behind my head, on the other side of the tent wall. I could hear the soft sound of air moving in and out of lungs, slow and controlled. The fabric moved slightly, disturbed by the current of exhaled breath. Then a voice spoke, low and close enough that I could have been having a conversation with someone lying next to me. Not loud at all, you saw it. The words were matter of fact, not threatening, exactly. Just stating something obvious, confirming that we'd found their cache, that they knew we'd found it, that this whole night was about that single fact. Then I heard the sound of the tent zipper being pulled. The metal slider scraped along the teeth, moving slowly, and I felt the door panel start to open. Whoever was outside didn't seem to understand the mechanics. The zipper caught halfway, snagged on the little rain flap that covers the slider. They tugged harder, and the whole tent shook. I hit the strobe button on my headlamp. The inside of the tent erupted in harsh white light, flashing 3 times a second. Tim and Lauren did the same with theirs. The tent became a strobing box of disorienting brightness. I yelled no words, just a loud shout, and lurched toward the door. Whoever had been there moved fast. I heard footsteps crash through the leaves, heavy and close, running low to the ground. The person was heading away from the tent, back toward the trail. Right after that, I heard a sharp twang, the sound of monofilament snapping under tension. They'd moved one of their tripwires so close to our vestibule that it was right outside the door. We would have hit it if we'd stepped out quickly without a light. From down the trail, maybe 50 yards away, the woman's voice called out clearly, "We're leaving." A moment later, the man's voice responded from a different angle, the same distance away. "We're leaving." The same script, the same flat delivery, and then nothing. No footsteps retreating, no sounds of movement, just the statement hanging in the air, and we had no way to know if it was true or just another test. We didn't answer them. We sat there in the tent with our strobing headlamps still flashing until I realized we were just draining the batteries. I turned mine off and Tim and Lauren followed. We switched to the regular setting and did slow, methodical sweeps of the area outside the tent every 10 minutes, looking for movement or reflected eyes or anything that would tell us where they were. The temperature kept dropping. I could feel it through my sleeping bag, that deep cold that makes the tent fabric go stiff and your breath come out in visible clouds. We traded watch shifts without saying much more than "your turn." and a hand on the shoulder. When it wasn't my turn to watch, I didn't sleep. I just lay there with my eyes closed, listening to every sound and trying to determine if it was natural or human-made. Somewhere around what I guessed was 2 or 3 in the morning, I couldn't check my phone because the light would ruin my night vision. I heard 2 sharp notes from a whistle. The sound came from way down the drainage, back toward the trailhead, maybe a half-mile away. 2 quick blasts, clear and deliberate. Then nothing at all but the creek. I didn't know what the whistle meant. A signal between the 2 people? A message to someone else we hadn't seen? Or just another element of their performance, another thing to make us uncertain and afraid? I added it to the mental list of details I was keeping, the things I'd need to report when we got out. When the sky started to change from pure black to that flat, dark gray that means dawn is coming, I made the call. "We're packing out," I whispered. "Right now." We broke camp like we were fleeing a wildfire. I've never packed that fast in my life, and I've done plenty of quick exits from campsites when weather turned bad. Sleeping bags got stuffed into their sacks in seconds, still damp with condensation. We shook the tent once to get the worst of the moisture off, then rolled it wet and crammed it into its bag without bothering to fold it properly. The camp stove and our cook pot got thrown into the top of my pack without cleaning. The food bag came down from its hang, and I lashed it to my pack's exterior without bothering to sort anything or repack. I was moving so fast, being so rough with the gear, that I cut my index finger on the sharp end of a monofilament leader near one of the stakes. The slice was small but clean, the kind of cut that bleeds more than you'd expect. The cold air made it bleed freely, and I had to wrap it quickly with athletic tape from my first aid kit. My hands were shaking as I wound the tape, though whether from cold or adrenaline or fear, I couldn't say. We moved. No discussion about the route, no checking the map. We just followed the main trail back the way we'd come, moving as fast as the terrain would allow in the dim pre-dawn light. We didn't talk except to call out obstacles. Route, slick spot, branch overhead. The 2-mile walk back to the trailhead felt like 6. Every sound behind us made me want to look over my shoulder, but I forced myself to keep eyes forward, to watch the trail and not trip. We passed 2-day hikers coming up near the lower switchbacks, probably hoping to catch the sunrise from the ridge. They said good morning cheerfully, and we returned the greeting without stopping. We must have looked like hell, pale, exhausted, moving too fast, but they didn't ask questions, and we didn't volunteer information. The first full sunlight hit the gravel parking lot just as we stepped off the footbridge. Our car sat exactly where we'd left it, covered in dew, the permit still visible on the dashboard. The sight of it, that ordinary blue sedan with the dent in the rear quarter panel, made something loosen in my chest. We threw our packs in the trunk without bothering to organize anything and drove straight to the campground host station. The host was an older man named Mr. Brennan, a retired park ranger who'd been volunteering at Cosby for years. He looked up from his coffee when we walked in, and his expression changed immediately. "What happened?" "We need to report something," I said. "We found an illegal dig site, ginseng, I think, and people came to our camp last night. They tried to scare us off." Mr. Brennan didn't act surprised. He set down his coffee carefully and picked up the radio. "This on the Low Gap Trail?" "Yes, sir. About a half-mile before Site 12. He radioed for a ranger, gave our location, and told us to sit at the picnic table outside and drink some water. My hands were still shaking more than I wanted them to. Lauren sat close to Tim, and he had his arm around her shoulders. We didn't talk. We just sat there in the morning sun, which felt impossibly bright and warm and normal after the night we'd had. When Ranger Simmons arrived 20 minutes later, we gave him our permit number and all our information. Then we walked him back into the forest. Daylight turns the same ground into a completely different place. The trail that had felt dark and threatening looked like an ordinary park trail, rocky, a little muddy, lined with rhododendrons. We pointed out the first bell line, and Ranger Simmons photographed it from multiple angles before carefully cutting the monofilament and placing it in an evidence bag. We showed him the coffee can setup, and he did the same documentation process. When we reached the side path to the rhododendron thicket, he had us wait on the main trail while he examined the approach. He was looking for footprints, for signs of how many people had been moving through this area. He found scuff marks in the leaves, partial boot prints in soft soil, and what looked like drag marks where something heavy had been pulled through the underbrush. He didn't let us touch the tarp this time. He photographed it in place, then lifted it himself, wearing latex gloves from his pack. He documented the fresh soil mounds, the burlap sack, the small hand scale sitting beside it, and a short digging tool with fresh dirt still clinging to the blade. He wanted us to describe exactly what we'd seen the day before, but not to handle anything. Everything went into evidence bags: the sack, the scale, the tool, even samples of the disturbed soil. On the way back out, Ranger Simmons stopped near where our tent had been pitched. He pointed to a scuffed spot in the leaves, a place where the ground cover had been disturbed recently. They tripped their own line, he said, and laughed once without any humor in it. Probably in the dark, coming up to your tent. See here? He pointed to a broken piece of monofilament tied to a thin stake. They reset it, but not quite right. He didn't give us a lecture about what we should have done differently. Instead, he said we'd made exactly the right calls, not moving in the dark, not trying to confront anyone, not attempting to take the illegal cash down to the campground ourselves. He said he'd been dealing with a specific pair of local poachers who used noise rigs and voice tactics to clear people from certain areas of the park. He didn't give us their names, said it was an ongoing investigation. He asked us to write down everything we remembered while it was still fresh, even the parts that felt like nothing. The timing of sounds, the exact phrasing of what the voices had said, the placement of the tripwires. He thanked us, which felt strange, because I didn't feel like we'd done anything particularly helpful or brave. I felt like we'd been given a very clear message to leave, and we'd left. 2 days later, Ranger Simmons called my cell phone. His voice sounded lighter than it had on the trail. "Wanted to let you know we made contact," he said. "Got them the next evening, couple miles from where you camped." Another hiker reported the lines across the trail and called it in. "Did you find them?" I asked. "Man and a woman, both local. We'd been watching them for a while but never had enough for charges. Your report gave us what we needed. Citations issued for ginseng poaching, criminal trespass, and interfering with park visitors. The routes matched fresh dig sites we'd documented, and we found the bells and the coffee can in their truck." He didn't ask us to come in for anything else. He said our names were in the incident report as witnesses and told us again that leaving at first light had been the right call. "They were counting on you running," he said. "In the dark, on unfamiliar trail, that's when people get hurt. You stayed put and waited for daylight. That's exactly what you should have done." We got out with a sliced finger that healed in a week and a night. I still don't like to think about when I'm trying to fall asleep. There wasn't anything supernatural about what happened to us. It was two people who didn't want witnesses near their illegal operation. They knew the park, knew the trails, knew how to use darkness and sound and fear to push visitors away from areas they wanted clear. They paced the edge of our light, moved their alarm systems closer to our camp, tried to pull us off the tent pad with a simple script that mimicked an emergency, and came right up to our tent to make sure we understood that they knew we'd seen too much. I keep going over the same details in my mind. The way the bell gave a single note and then went quiet, like someone had steadied it with their hand. The coffee can rattling right after they spoke, timed for maximum effect. The tent zipper catching on the rain flap because the hand pulling it had never opened that particular model of tent before and didn't know the trick. The whistle from down the drainage at 3 in the morning, signaling something we'd never understand. I tell myself we did everything simple and right. We stayed together. We didn't chase voices into the darkness. We used our gear for what it was designed for. We left the illegal activity for the people with badges and cameras and legal authority. And when I talk to Tim and Lauren now, when they mention that trip, I remind them that the scariest thing out there that night wasn't the place itself. The Smokies are beautiful and indifferent, just mountains and trees and creeks running cold. The scary thing was two people who wanted us very far away and were willing to work methodically and patiently to make that happen. That's what I remember most. Not fear of the unknown, but the cold certainty that we were being managed, moved, herded away from something we'd accidentally found, and the discipline it took to stand still, keep the light on, and wait for dawn. The dense Pennsylvania woods have always been my sanctuary, a place where the chaos of everyday life fades away, replaced by the serene whispers of nature. But on that fateful Sunday in September 2004, those same woods became the backdrop for a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. I'm Horatio McCormick, and this is the story of how a simple hike turned into a fight for survival against something beyond our comprehension. At 32, I was in the prime of my life, with a successful career as a wildlife biologist and a passion for outdoor adventures that had been instilled in me since childhood. My father, a seasoned hunter and naturalist, had taught me everything I knew about surviving in the wilderness. Little did I know that all those skills would be put to the ultimate test. The day started like any other hiking trip I'd taken with my best friend, Zeke Harlow. We'd known each other since our days at Millbrook Elementary, bonding over our shared love for the great outdoors. Our tradition of weekend hikes had become a sacred ritual, a way to decompress from the pressures of our jobs and reconnect with the wild. As the sun began to peek over the horizon, casting long shadows through the misty forest, Zeke and I met at our usual spot, a small clearing just off the main road leading into Oakwood National Forest. The crisp autumn air nipped at our faces, carrying with it the earthy scent of decaying leaves and pine needles. "Ready for another adventure, Horatio?" Zeke grinned, adjusting the straps on his worn backpack. His enthusiasm was infectious, as always. I nodded, double-checking my own gear. "You know it. Got everything?" "Water, snacks, first aid kit, and my trusty companion," he replied, patting the old Louisville Slugger baseball bat strapped to his pack. It was a running joke between us, Zeke's insistence on bringing that bat on every hike, claiming it was for protection against wild animals. I'd always thought it was overkill, but today I'd be thankful for his paranoia. As we set off down the familiar trail, the forest came alive around us. Birds chirped their morning songs, squirrels scampered across fallen logs, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush hinted at larger creatures going about their daily routines. The trail wound its way through dense stands of oak and maple, their leaves just beginning to turn gold and crimson with the changing season. We hiked for a couple of hours, our conversation flowing easily as it always did. Zeke regaled me with stories from his job as a high school history teacher, while I shared some of the latest findings from my research on local wildlife populations. The physical exertion and the fresh air worked their magic, washing away the stresses of the work week. As we reached the ridge that overlooked Millbrook Valley, we paused to catch our breath and take in the view. The morning fog had lifted, revealing a panorama of rolling hills and dense forests stretching as far as the eye could see. It was a reminder of why we loved these trips so much. The sense of insignificance in the face of nature's grandeur, the peace that comes from being removed from the trappings of civilization. We found a couple of large flat rocks to sit on and cracked open the beers we'd brought along. The cold liquid was refreshing after our climb, and for a moment everything felt perfect. We were miles from the nearest town, surrounded by nothing but wilderness and the companionship of an old friend. If only I had known then how quickly perfection can shatter. As we sat there enjoying the view and the comfortable silence between us, Zeke suddenly perked up. "Hey, Horatio, I almost forgot. I found something interesting on that old topographic map of mine." I raised an eyebrow, curious. Zeke had always been fascinated by maps, constantly searching for new paths and hidden corners of the forest to explore. "Oh yeah? What'd you find?" He pulled out a worn, folded map from his pocket and spread it out on the rock between us. His finger traced a faint line that I'd never noticed before. "See this? It's not marked on any of the official trail maps, but it looks like there might be an old logging road or something. According to the map, it leads to a small lake that I've never heard of before." I leaned in, studying the map. The trail he was pointing to wasn't far from where we were, maybe a mile or two off our usual path. "Interesting. You thinking we should check it out?" Zeke's eyes lit up with excitement. "Why not? We've got plenty of daylight left, and it's not too far off course. Could be fun to discover something new, right?" I hesitated for a moment. There was something about the idea that made me uneasy, a faint whisper of warning in the back of my mind. But I brushed it off, chalking it up to nothing more than the natural caution that comes with venturing into unknown territory. "All right," I said, standing up and stretching. "Let's do it, but we stick together and keep an eye on the time. I don't want to be stumbling around in the dark trying to find our way back." Zeke nodded enthusiastically, already packing up his things. "Agreed. This is going to be great. I can feel it." As we set off towards the unmarked trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to step across some invisible line, leaving behind the safety of the familiar and venturing into something other. If only I had listened to that instinct, perhaps we could have avoided the horrors that awaited us in the depths of those ancient woods. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20. And so, with a sense of adventure and blissful ignorance, we plunged deeper into the forest, unaware that each step was taking us closer to an encounter that would change our lives forever. The transition from the well-worn hiking trail to the overgrown path Zeke had discovered was abrupt. One moment we were on familiar ground, and the next we were pushing through thick underbrush, the forest closing in around us like a living entity. The canopy overhead grew denser, filtering out much of the sunlight and casting the forest floor in an eerie green-tinged twilight. As we ventured further along this forgotten path, I couldn't help but notice the gradual change in our surroundings. The usual chorus of birdsong and rustling wildlife that had accompanied us earlier began to fade, replaced by an unsettling silence. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. "You notice how quiet it's gotten?" I asked Zeke, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. He nodded, his earlier excitement tempered by the oppressive atmosphere. "Yeah, it's weird. Maybe we're just in a part of the forest where there's less wildlife." I wasn't convinced, but I didn't voice my concerns. Instead, I focused on the path ahead, using my walking stick to push aside the encroaching vegetation. The air grew thick and heavy, carrying a musty scent that reminded me of old basements and forgotten places. After what felt like hours but was probably closer to 45 minutes, we stumbled upon a small clearing. In the center stood a dilapidated cabin, its weathered wooden walls half hidden beneath a thick blanket of moss and vines. The roof had partially collapsed, creating a jagged hole that gaped like an open wound against the gray sky. Zeke and I exchanged glances, a mixture of excitement and apprehension in our eyes. "What do you think?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I studied the cabin, my instincts screaming at me to turn back. But curiosity, that damnable human trait, pushed me forward. "Let's check it out," I said, my hand unconsciously moving to the hunting knife strapped to my belt. "But be careful, no telling how stable that structure is." We approached cautiously, our footsteps crunching on the carpet of dead leaves and fallen branches. As we neared the cabin, a smell hit us, a sickly sweet odor of decay that was so strong it made my eyes water. I pulled my shirt up over my nose, fighting the urge to gag. "Jesus," Zeke muttered, his face pale beneath his beard. "What is that smell?" I shook my head, unable to speak through the wave of nausea that washed over me. We paused at the edge of the porch, the old wood creaking ominously under our weight. The door hung askew on rusted hinges, swaying slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. "Maybe we should go," I suggested, the feeling of wrongness growing stronger with each passing moment. But Zeke, always the more adventurous of us, was already reaching for the door. "Come on, Horatio, we've come this far. Let's just take a quick look inside, and then we can head back." Against my better judgment, I nodded and followed him into the cabin. The interior was a study in decay. Broken furniture lay scattered across the floor, half buried under piles of rotting leaves and debris that had blown in through the hole in the roof. Shafts of dim light filtered through the gaps in the walls, illuminating dust motes that danced in the stagnant air. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the far corner of the room, barely visible beneath a tangle of cobwebs and fallen beams, was a trapdoor. "Zeke," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. "Look at this." He came over, his eyes widening as he saw what I was pointing at. A cellar, in a place like this. We approached the trapdoor cautiously, the floorboards groaning beneath our feet. The smell of decay grew stronger, emanating from the seams around the ancient wood. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But a morbid curiosity, a need to know what lay beneath, kept me rooted to the spot. Zeke reached down and grasped the rusted iron ring set into the trapdoor. He looked at me, a question in his eyes. I nodded, steeling myself for whatever we might find. With a grunt of effort, Zeke pulled. The trapdoor resisted for a moment, then gave way with a shriek of protesting wood and metal. A rush of foul air erupted from the opening, carrying with it the unmistakable stench of death and something else, something older and far more terrifying. As the cloud of fetid air dissipated, we peered into the darkness below. A narrow staircase descended into the earth, disappearing into blackness so absolute it seemed to swallow the light from our flashlights. "We shouldn't go down there," I said, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Zeke nodded, his face ashen. "You're right. This is wrong. We need to get out of here, call the authorities or something." We turned to leave, but as we did, a sound reached our ears that froze us in our tracks. From the depths of the cellar came a low, guttural growl, a sound that no human throat could produce. "What the hell was that?" Zeke whispered, his eyes wide with fear. Before I could respond, the growl came again, louder this time, and with it the sound of something large moving in the darkness below, coming towards the stairs. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Zeke's arm and pulling him towards the door. We burst out of the cabin, our earlier caution forgotten in the face of blind panic. Behind us, I heard the splintering of wood as something massive erupted from the cellar. I dared not look back, focusing instead on the path ahead, praying we could find our way back to the main trail. As we ran, crashing through the underbrush with reckless abandon, the sound of pursuit filled the air. Heavy footfalls and the snapping of branches told us that whatever had been in that cellar was now following us, and it was gaining ground quickly. The forest that had seemed so peaceful earlier now felt malevolent, the trees reaching out with gnarled branches to snag our clothing, roots rising up to trip us. It was as if the entire wood had come alive, working in concert with the creature to ensnare us. We ran until our lungs burned, and our legs felt like lead, the sounds of pursuit growing ever closer. Just as I thought we couldn't go on any further, we burst out of the thick undergrowth and onto the ridge where we had rested earlier. Zeke stumbled, nearly falling. I grabbed his arm, pulling him along. "Come on," I gasped. "We're almost to the main trail." But as we reached the edge of the ridge, a massive shape burst from the tree line behind us. In the fading light, I caught a glimpse of matted fur, gleaming eyes and teeth that seemed too large and too numerous to be real. The creature let out a roar that shook the very air around us, a sound of primal hunger and rage that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. In that moment, faced with something that shouldn't exist, something straight out of humanity's darkest legends, I realized that our lives as we knew them were over. Whatever happened next, whether we survived or not, we had crossed a threshold into a world where the impossible was real, and the monsters of myth and legend walked among us. As the creature charged, Zeke and I stood our ground, knowing that our next actions would determine whether we lived to see another day, or became just another mystery in these ancient, unforgiving woods. Time seemed to slow as the creature bore down on us, its massive form a blur of matted fur and razor-sharp claws. In that moment of terror, my survival instincts kicked in, years of outdoor training flooding back in a rush of clarity. "Split up," I yelled to Zeke, my voice barely audible over the creature's bone-chilling roar. "Head for the rocks." We dove in opposite directions just as the beast reached us, its claws raking the air where we had been standing a split second before. I rolled to my feet, scrambling towards a cluster of large boulders that dotted the ridge. From the corner of my eye, I saw Zeke doing the same, his face a mask of terror and determination. The creature, momentarily confused by our sudden movement, skidded to a halt. It turned its massive head, glowing eyes flickering between Zeke and me as if deciding which prey to pursue. In the fading light, I could finally get a clear look at our attacker, and the sight nearly stopped my heart. It stood at least 8 feet tall, its body a nightmarish blend of bear and something decidedly not of this world. Thick, matted fur covered its muscular frame, but in places I could see patches of scaly skin that glistened wetly in the twilight. Its head was vaguely ursine, but the snout was too long, filled with rows of teeth that would put a great white shark to shame. But it was the eyes that truly terrified me, intelligent, hate-filled orbs that glowed with an otherworldly green light. The beast's indecision lasted only a moment before it charged again, this time heading straight for Zeke. My friend had reached the boulders and was scrambling up the largest one, his old baseball bat clutched tightly in his trembling hands. "Hey!" I shouted, desperate to draw the creature's attention away from Zeke. I grabbed a rock from the ground and hurled it with all my might, striking the beast on its broad back. The creature whirled around, its roar of rage shaking the very ground beneath my feet. It charged towards me, covering the distance between us with terrifying speed. I waited until the last possible moment before diving to the side, feeling the rush of air as massive claws swept through the space where I had been standing. I rolled to my feet, drawing my hunting knife from its sheath. The blade seemed pathetically small against the monster before me, but it was all I had. "Come on, you ugly bastard," I growled, adrenaline and fear making my voice shake. The creature circled me, its movements almost graceful despite its enormous size. I kept my eyes locked on its glowing gaze, my knife held out before me in a white-knuckled grip. We danced this deadly waltz for what felt like an eternity, neither of us willing to make the first move. Suddenly, a war cry split the air. Zeke had circled around behind the beast and was charging forward, his baseball bat raised high above his head. The creature spun around, momentarily distracted by this new threat. I saw my opportunity and took it without hesitation. Gripping my hunting knife tightly, I lunged forward, aiming for the beast's exposed flank. The blade sank deep into its flesh, eliciting a roar of pain and fury that seemed to shake the very trees around us. At the same moment, Zeke's bat connected with the creature's skull with a sickening crack. The monster staggered, momentarily stunned by our coordinated attack. "Run," I shouted to Zeke, yanking my knife free and stumbling backward. "Head for the trail." We didn't wait to see if the creature would recover. We ran as we'd never run before, our feet barely touching the ground as we sprinted toward the safety of the main hiking trail. Behind us, we could hear the monster crashing through the underbrush, its roars of rage spurring us on despite our burning muscles and gasping lungs. The fading light made the forest around us seem alive with shadows, every tree and bush a potential hiding place for more nightmarish creatures. But we pressed on, driven by pure survival instinct. Just when I thought my legs would give out, we burst through a line of trees and onto the familiar gravel of the main trail. Without breaking stride, we turned toward the parking area where we'd left our car. "Almost there?" Zeke gasped between labored breaths. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature had emerged from the tree line and was gaining on us rapidly, its long strides eating up the distance between us. "Zeke," I called out, my voice ragged. "The bat! Throw it!" My friend didn't hesitate. With a grunt of effort, he hurled his trusty baseball bat behind us. It clattered across the gravel path, momentarily distracting the pursuing monster. Those precious few seconds were all we needed. We rounded a bend in the trail, and there, like a beacon of hope, was our old Jeep. We sprinted the final yards, our hands fumbling with shaking fingers to unlock the doors. We dove inside just as the creature came into view, its massive form silhouetted against the darkening sky. I jammed the key into the ignition, sending up a silent prayer as I turned it. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the accelerator to the floor. Tires squealed on gravel as we fishtailed out of the parking area, the Jeep's headlights cutting through the gathering gloom. In the rearview mirror, I caught a final glimpse of the creature. It stood at the edge of the forest, its glowing eyes fixed on our retreating vehicle. Then, as if melting into the shadows, it disappeared back into the depths of the woods. We drove in silence for several minutes, the only sound our ragged breathing and the rumble of the engine. Finally, when we hit the main road and I felt it was safe to slow down, Zeke spoke. What the hell was that thing?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head, my hand still gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. "I don't know, Zeke. I honestly don't know." As the adrenaline began to wear off, the full weight of what we'd experienced started to sink in. We had encountered something that shouldn't exist, something that defied all rational explanation. And somehow, against all odds, we had survived. But as we drove back toward civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that our ordeal was far from over. We had glimpsed a world beyond our understanding, and I feared that world wouldn't let us go so easily. Little did I know then how right those fears would prove to be. The drive back to town was a blur of conflicting emotions and racing thoughts. Neither Zeke nor I spoke much, both of us lost in our own internal struggles to make sense of what we had just experienced. The rational part of my mind kept trying to come up with logical explanations for what we had seen, but each attempt fell woefully short of accounting for the nightmarish creature we had encountered. As we approached the outskirts of our small town, Millbrook, I finally broke the silence. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice sounding hollow and unfamiliar to my own ears. Zeke ran a shaking hand through his hair, his face pale in the glow of the dashboard lights. We have to tell someone, right? The police, or, I don't know, wildlife services. I barked out a laugh that held no humor. And tell them what, exactly? That we were attacked by some kind of monster in the woods? They'll think we're crazy or on drugs. Then what? Zeke demanded, a note of hysteria creeping into his voice. We just pretend it never happened? Try to go back to our normal lives? I didn't have an answer for him. The thought of trying to return to normalcy after what we'd seen seemed impossible, but the alternative, trying to convince others of the truth, seemed equally daunting. We ended up at Dottie's Diner, a 24-hour greasy spoon on the edge of town. It was nearly empty at this late hour, just a couple of truckers nursing cups of coffee at the counter. We slid into a booth in the far corner, both of us wincing as our battered bodies protested the movement. The waitress, a middle-aged woman named Flo, who had been working here as long as I could remember, took one look at us and her eyes widened. Good Lord, boys, what happened to you two? Look like you've been through the ringer. I realized then that we must be quite a sight. Clothes torn and muddy, scratches on our faces and arms, and no doubt a wild, haunted look in our eyes. Rough day hiking, I managed to say, forcing a weak smile. Could we get some coffee, please? And maybe a first aid kit if you've got one. Flo nodded, concern etched on her face. Coming right up, honey. You boys sit tight. As she bustled off to get our coffee, Zeke leaned in close across the table. We need to figure out what we're going to do, Horatio. That thing is still out there. What if it hurts someone else? I nodded, the weight of responsibility settling heavily on my shoulders. I know, but we need to be smart about this. If we go off half-cocked telling tales about monsters in the woods, we'll lose all credibility. We need evidence. Evidence? Zeke hissed, his eyes wide. You want to go back there? The very thought sent a shiver down my spine, but I steeled myself. Not tonight, but soon. We need to document what we saw, find some proof that others will believe. Our conversation was interrupted by Flo's return with our coffee and a battered first aid kit. We thanked her and spent the next few minutes in silence, tending to our various cuts and scrapes. As I dabbed antiseptic on a particularly nasty gash on my forearm, a thought occurred to me. The cabin, I said suddenly. We need to find out more about that cabin, how long it's been there, who it belonged to. Maybe there's some history that could explain what we saw. Zeke nodded slowly, warming to the idea. I could do some digging at the local historical society, old property records, local legends, that sort of thing. Good, I said, feeling a small sense of relief at having a plan, however tentative. I'll see what I can find out about any unusual animal sightings or missing persons reports in that area. There's got to be some pattern, some clue we're missing. We finished our coffee and paid the bill, both of us exhausted but too wired to even think about sleep. As we stood to leave, Zeke grabbed my arm, his face serious. Horatio, he said quietly, whatever happens, whatever we find out, we're in this together, right? I clasped his shoulder, nodding firmly. Together, no matter what. As we stepped out into the cool night air, the events of the day felt almost like a distant nightmare. But the aches in my body and the lingering fear in my gut were stark reminders of the reality we now faced. We had survived our encounter in the woods, but I had a sinking feeling that our ordeal was just beginning. Whatever that creature was, whatever dark secret lay hidden in those ancient forests, I knew we couldn't simply walk away and forget. For better or worse, our lives had been irrevocably changed. And as I drove home through the quiet streets of Millbrook, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were now part of something much larger and far more terrifying than we could possibly imagine. Little did I know how right those fears would prove to be, or how deep the rabbit hole of horror and mystery would go. Our journey into the heart of an ancient evil had only just begun, and the true tests of our courage and sanity still lay ahead. The next few days passed in a haze of sleepless nights and paranoid days. Zeke and I tried to go about our normal routines, but the weight of our secret hung heavy on both of us. Every shadow seemed to hide potential threats. Every unexpected sound made us jump. The world that had once seemed so familiar now felt alien and dangerous. True to his word, Zeke had started digging into the history of the area where we'd encountered the creature. He spent hours at the local historical society, poring over old maps, property records, and newspaper archives. I, meanwhile, focused on more recent history, combing through police reports and local news stories for any hints of similar encounters or unexplained phenomena. It was on the fourth day after our ordeal that Zeke called me, his voice tight with excitement and fear. "Horatio, you need to come over. Now, I've found something." I didn't hesitate, dropping everything to rush over to Zeke's small apartment on the edge of town. When I arrived, I found him surrounded by stacks of photocopied documents and old books, his eyes wild with the fervor of discovery. "Look at this," he said without preamble, thrusting a yellowed newspaper clipping into my hands. The article, dated 1879, detailed the disappearance of an entire logging camp in the very area where we'd encountered the creature. 17 men, Zeke said, his voice hushed, vanished without a trace. The article mentions that searchers found the camp abandoned, meals half-eaten, as if the men had just up and left in the middle of their day. But get this, they also found strange markings carved into the trees around the camp and tracks of an unknown animal, larger than any bear in the vicinity. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read the article. The similarities to our own experience were undeniable. This is incredible, Zeke. But it was over 100 years ago. How does it connect to what we saw? Zeke's eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and fear. That's just it, Horatio. It's not an isolated incident. He began laying out more articles, more reports, creating a timeline that stretched from that first incident in 1879 all the way to the present day. Every few decades, there were reports of strange sightings, unexplained disappearances, and bizarre animal attacks in or around the same area of forest. The details varied, but certain elements remained consistent: unnaturally large tracks, strange markings or symbols, and a pervasive sense of dread reported by witnesses. It's like it's cyclical, Zeke said, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Every 20 to 30 years, there's a spike in activity, and Horatio, we're due for another one. The implications of what Zeke was suggesting were staggering. Whatever we had encountered in those woods, it wasn't a one-off event. It was part of a pattern, a dark cycle that had been repeating for well over a century. "There's more," Zeke said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. He pulled out an old leather-bound book, its pages brittle with age. "I found this in the Historical Society's archives. It's a journal written by a man named Jeremiah Blackwood in 1882 as a trapper who lived in those woods. And Horatio, the things he wrote about." Zeke opened the journal with trembling hands, turning to a page marked with a faded ribbon. I leaned in to read, my heart pounding in my chest. The old ones speak of a darkness that sleeps beneath the ancient trees, the spidery handwriting read, "A hunger that wakes with the turning of ages, to feast upon the unwary. They say it was here before us, and will remain long after we are dust. I thought them nothing but tales to frighten children, but now I have seen it with my own eyes. God help me, I have seen it, and I fear I am damned." The entry went on to describe a creature that matched, with chilling accuracy, what we had encountered in the woods. But more than that, it spoke of ancient rituals, of sacrifices made to appease the hunger in the earth, and of a cult that had worshipped this entity for untold generations. As I read Jeremiah Blackwood's fevered account, I felt the last vestiges of my rational, ordered world crumbling away. This was no mere animal we had encountered, no explainable phenomena. We had stumbled upon something ancient and evil, something that defied our understanding of the natural world. "What do we do with this information?" I asked Zeke, my mind reeling from the implications of what we'd discovered. Zeke's face was grim, his earlier excitement replaced by a steely determination. "We have to go back," he said. "Back to that cabin. Back to where it all started. We need to find out more, to understand what we're dealing with." Every instinct in my body screamed against the idea of returning to those woods, of facing that nightmare again. But deep down, I knew Zeke was right. We couldn't simply ignore what we'd learned, couldn't pretend that the danger wasn't real. "All right," I said, my voice sounding far steadier than I felt. "We'll go back. But this time, we go prepared. We need to do more research, gather supplies. If we're going to face this thing again, we need every advantage we can get." Zeke nodded, relief evident in his eyes. I think he had been afraid I would refuse, that I would choose to turn my back on this dark mystery. But he should have known better. We were in this together, for better or worse. As we began to plan our return to the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were setting in motion events that would change our lives forever. We were about to step willingly back into the belly of the beast, armed with knowledge that both empowered and terrified us. Whatever awaited us in those ancient forests, whatever dark secrets lay hidden in the shadows of history, we would face it together. But as the sun began to set outside Zeke's window, casting long shadows across the room, I wondered if we were prepared for the horrors that awaited us, or if we were simply walking blindly into a nightmare from which there would be no awakening. The preparations for our return to the woods took on an almost ritualistic quality. Every piece of equipment was carefully chosen and checked, then checked again. We pored over maps, plotting multiple escape routes and identifying potential safe havens. Zeke even went so far as to borrow a night vision monocular from a friend who was ex-military, reasoning that if we had to face the creature again, we'd need every advantage we could get. As for weapons, we knew that anything too obvious would raise suspicions if we were stopped by park rangers or other hikers. I sharpened my hunting knife to a razor's edge and packed a larger, more robust blade as a backup. Zeke, ever practical, had replaced his baseball bat with a heavy-duty maglite that could double as a club if needed. The night before our planned expedition, I found myself unable to sleep. I sat at my kitchen table, nursing a cup of cold coffee and staring at the stack of printouts and photocopies we'd amassed in our research. One page in particular kept drawing my attention, a rough sketch from Jeremiah Blackwood's journal depicting a series of symbols he claimed to have found carved into trees near the site of his encounter. The symbols were crude but distinctive, a mix of angular lines and curves that seemed to writhe on the page, creating an unsettling optical illusion. I had seen similar markings in some of the more recent reports we'd uncovered, always associated with sightings or disappearances. A theory had been forming in my mind, one that I was hesitant to voice even to Zeke. What if these symbols weren't just random carvings? What if they were some kind of ward, a beacon or a summoning sign for the creature? The thought sent a shiver down my spine, but it would explain the cyclical nature of the encounters. Dawn found me still at the table, my mind racing with possibilities and fears. When Zeke arrived, his face grim with determination, I shared my theory about the symbols. It makes a sick kind of sense, he agreed, studying the sketch. If there really was a cult worshipping this thing, they'd need a way to call it, to direct its attention. We loaded up Zeke's old Jeep in silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The drive to the trailhead seemed to take both an eternity and no time at all. Before I knew it, we were parking in the now familiar lot, the dense forest looming before us like a wall of green shadows. "Ready?" Zeke asked, his voice tight with tension. I nodded, shouldering my pack. "As I'll ever be." We set off down the trail, our pace deliberately slow and cautious. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves set our nerves on edge. I found myself constantly scanning the trees around us, looking for any sign of the symbols from Blackwood's journal. It was mid-afternoon by the time we reached the point where we had veered off the main trail on our previous fateful hike. The unmarked path was barely visible, overgrown with new vegetation in the weeks since our last visit. "Should we wait until dark?" Zeke whispered, eyeing the gloomy tunnel of trees before us. I shook my head. "No, I want to have a look around the cabin in daylight if we can. We'll use the night vision after sunset if we need to." Steeling ourselves, we plunged into the undergrowth. The forest seemed different this time, more alive somehow. The silence that had unnerved us on our previous visit was gone, replaced by a cacophony of bird calls and insect chirps. It should have been reassuring, but instead, it felt like a mask, nature conspiring to hide something sinister lurking just out of sight. As we neared the clearing where the cabin stood, I held up a hand, signaling Zeke to stop. There, carved into the trunk of a massive oak, were a series of symbols matching those from Blackwood's journal. "Zeke," I breathed, pointing at the markings. He nodded, his face pale. "I see them. They're everywhere." Now that we had spotted one set of symbols, others seemed to leap out at us. They adorned trees in a rough circle around the clearing, some old and weathered, others fresher, as if recently recarved. We approached the cabin with extreme caution, our weapons at the ready. The structure looked even more decrepit in the harsh light of day, its walls sagging and roof partially caved in. The door hung open on one rusted hinge, creaking softly in the breeze. "I don't like this," Zeke muttered. "It feels like we're being watched." I knew exactly what he meant. There was a palpable sense of malevolence in the air, as if the very forest around us was hostile to our presence. We entered the cabin, the floorboards groaning under our weight. The interior was much as we remembered it: broken furniture, piles of moldering leaves, and that trapdoor in the corner. Zeke and I exchanged a look. We both knew what we had to do, but the memory of what had emerged from that cellar last time made us hesitate. "Together?" I asked, gripping the handle of my knife tightly. Zeke nodded, raising his maglite like a club. "Together." I grasped the iron ring of the trapdoor and pulled. It opened more easily this time, as if inviting us down into the darkness below. The same foul odor wafted up from the opening, but there was no sound, no movement from the depths. Switching on our flashlights, we descended the narrow stairs. The cellar was a single room, earthen-floored and surprisingly large. Our lights revealed scattered bones, some human, some animal, and crude stone altars stained dark with what could only be blood. "My God," Zeke whispered, his voice shaking. "What happened here?" I was about to respond when my light fell upon something that made my blood run cold. There, scratched into the earthen wall of the cellar, was a vast mural of symbols and pictographs. It depicted scenes of sacrifice, of rituals performed beneath a moonless sky, and at the center of it all, a creature that matched the monster we had encountered. But it was more than just a picture. As I stared at the mural, I felt a sense of vertigo, as if I was looking through a window into another world. The symbols seemed to writhe and pulse, and for a moment I could have sworn I heard chanting, distant but growing louder. "Zeke," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "We need to get out of here now." But Zeke didn't respond. He stood transfixed before the mural, his flashlight beam steady on the central figure of the creature. "Don't you see?" he said, his voice oddly calm. "It's beautiful. It's been waiting for us." I grabbed his arm, trying to pull him away, but he shrugged me off with surprising strength. "Zeke, snap out of it," I shouted, panic rising in my chest. He turned to me then, and in the harsh beam of my flashlight, I saw that his eyes had changed. They glowed with the same eerie green light as the creature's had. "It's too late, Horatio," Zeke said, a smile spreading across his face that was not his own. "The cycle has begun again. The hunger awakens." As if in response to his words, a low rumble shook the earth beneath our feet. Dust and small stones rained down from the ceiling of the cellar, and from somewhere in the depths of the forest came a roar that I recognized all too well. In that moment, I realized the terrible truth. We hadn't come here to uncover a mystery. We had come to fulfill a role in an ancient eldritch ritual. And judging by the look in Zeke's eyes and the growing sound of massive footsteps approaching the cabin, our parts in this cosmic horror story were just beginning. The cellar shook with another tremor, stronger this time. Cracks spider-webbed across the earthen walls, and I could hear the ominous creaking of the cabin above us. We were running out of time. "Zeke, please," I pleaded, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him. "We have to go, now." For a moment I saw a flicker of recognition in his eyes, a brief flash of the friend I knew, but it was quickly swallowed by that unnatural green glow. "You don't understand, Horatio," Zeke said, his voice a mix of his own and something older, something alien. "This is why we were brought here. We are the key, the catalyst. Our blood will feed the hunger, and the cycle will continue." As he spoke, the symbols on the wall began to glow with an eerie phosphorescence, pulsing in time with some unheard rhythm. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with an energy that made my skin crawl. I knew I had a choice to make. I could try to save Zeke, to break whatever hold this eldritch force had on him, or I could save myself, flee from this nightmare, and never look back. The decision tore at my heart, but in the end, there was no real choice at all. "I'm sorry, old friend," I muttered, and then I swung my flashlight with all my might, connecting solidly with the side of Zeke's head. He crumpled to the ground, the unnatural light fading from his eyes. I didn't have time to check if he was okay. I hoisted him over my shoulder in a fireman's carry, staggering under his weight as I made for the stairs. The journey up those narrow steps was a nightmare. The whole structure was shaking now, dust and debris raining down on us. I could hear wood splintering above, the cabin slowly collapsing in on itself. We burst out of the trapdoor just as a support beam came crashing down, missing us by inches. I didn't stop, didn't look back. With Zeke's unconscious form over my shoulder, I charged for the cabin door. We made it outside just as the roof caved in completely. I stumbled into the clearing, gasping for breath, my muscles screaming from the effort of carrying Zeke. But we weren't safe yet. From the woods came that bone-chilling roar again, closer now, much closer. I could hear trees snapping, the ground trembling with each massive footfall. I laid Zeke down gently, checking his pulse. It was there, weak but steady. He was alive, but out cold. There was no way I could carry him any further. The sound of splintering wood grew louder. I turned to see trees at the edge of the clearing swaying, then toppling as something massive pushed through them. It emerged into the fading daylight, and I felt my heart stop. It was the creature we had encountered before, but larger now, more defined. In the light of day, I could see details that had been mercifully obscured in our previous encounter. Its body was a nightmarish amalgamation of bear and something insectoid. Coarse fur covered most of its bulk, but in places I could see chitinous plates gleaming wetly. Its head was bear-like in shape, but where there should have been eyes, there was only a cluster of smaller, compound eyes, glowing with that sickly green light. But it was the mouth that truly terrified me. It opened in 4 directions, revealing row upon row of needle-sharp teeth. From deep in its throat came a sound, not a roar this time, but a kind of singing, a multi-toned keening that set my teeth on edge and made my vision blur. I stood my ground between the creature and Zeke's prone form, my knife held out before me. I knew it was useless, knew that I stood no chance against this monstrosity. But I couldn't run. I couldn't abandon my friend. The creature regarded me with its alien eyes, its head tilting in a gesture that was almost curious. Then it began to advance, each step shaking the earth. I braced myself, ready to fight to my last breath. But just as the creature reached the edge of the clearing, a sound cut through the air, a high, piercing whistle. The monster froze, its head swiveling towards the source of the sound. From the woods emerged a figure, hooded and cloaked. In one hand they held an intricately carved wooden whistle, in the other a staff adorned with symbols matching those we had seen in the cellar. The figure stepped into the clearing, and I felt the air change, become charged with a different kind of energy. The creature backed away, almost seeming to bow its monstrous head. The hooded figure turned to me, and I caught a glimpse of an aged face beneath the cowl, eyes that held wisdom and sorrow in equal measure. "You should not have come back," a woman's voice said, strong despite its age. "But now that you're here, you have a choice to make. The cycle has begun. Will you run, or will you stand and face what comes next?" As she spoke, more hooded figures emerged from the woods, forming a circle around us. The creature retreated to the tree line, watching and waiting. I looked down at Zeke, still unconscious, then back at the woman. In that moment, I knew that everything in my life had led to this point, this decision. "I'll stay," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I'll face whatever comes next." The woman nodded, a small smile touching her lips. "Then let the awakening begin. May the old gods have mercy on us all." As the hooded figures began to chant, their voices rising in an otherworldly harmony, I realized that our ordeal in these woods had been just the beginning. We had stumbled into something far older and more terrifying than we could have imagined, and the consequences of our discovery were only just starting to unfold. The sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the clearing into twilight. As darkness fell, the chanting grew louder, and the air itself seemed to thicken with power. Whatever was coming, whatever cosmic horror we had awakened, I knew that the world would never be the same again. And as the stars began to emerge in the darkening sky, I steeled myself for what was to come, knowing that the true test of our courage and sanity still lay ahead. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, as full darkness descended upon the clearing. The hooded figures swayed in unison, their voices blending into a single otherworldly sound that seemed to resonate with the very earth beneath our feet. Zeke stirred beside me, groaning as he regained consciousness. I knelt beside him, relief flooding through me as his eyes fluttered open, normal eyes, free of that unnatural green glow. "Horatio," he mumbled, confusion evident in his voice. What's happening?" Before I could answer, the elderly woman who seemed to be leading this strange group stepped forward, her weathered face grave in the flickering light of torches that had sprung up around the clearing. "The time has come," she intoned, her voice carrying easily over the chanting. "The stars align, and the Old One stirs in its slumber. We must complete the ritual, or all will be lost." Zeke struggled to sit up, his eyes widening as he took in the scene around us. The hooded figures, the monstrous creature lurking at the edge of the clearing, the strange symbols glowing faintly on the trees. "I remember," he whispered, his face pale. "Oh God, Horatio, I remember everything. What they showed me, what they want us to do." The old woman's eyes locked onto Zeke, a mix of sympathy and steely resolve in her gaze. "Then you know what must be done. The cycle must continue, or the consequences will be beyond imagining." I helped Zeke to his feet, my mind racing. "What cycle? What are you talking about?" The woman sighed, leaning heavily on her staff. "It is a bargain struck long ago, before your ancestors ever set foot on these shores. The Old One sleeps beneath the earth, dreaming its vast and terrible dreams. But it must be fed, must be appeased, or it will awaken fully, and if that happens, the world as you know it will end." As she spoke, the chanting reached a fever pitch. The symbols carved into the trees began to glow brighter, pulsing in time with the rhythm. The creature at the edge of the woods let out a low, keening sound that set my teeth on edge. "Every generation the Old One stirs," the woman continued, "and every generation, two must be chosen to complete the ritual, to offer themselves as sacrifice, not of flesh but of spirit, to bear witness to the horrors beyond and carry that knowledge back into the world." Understanding dawned on me, cold and terrible. "Us," I said. "You chose us for this." The woman nodded solemnly. "You were drawn here, as all chosen ones are. Your encounter with the Guardian," she gestured towards the monstrous creature, "was the first test. Your return, driven by curiosity and courage, was the second. Now comes the final trial." Zeke gripped my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. "Horatio, we can't. What they're asking, it's too much. We have to run, have to get out of here." Part of me wanted to agree, to flee from this madness and never look back. But a larger part, the part that had driven me to return to these woods in search of answers, knew that running was no longer an option. "What happens if we refuse?" I asked the old woman, already suspecting the answer. Her eyes met mine, filled with a sadness older than time itself. "Then the Old One will awaken fully, and your world will be consumed by horrors beyond imagining. Millions will die, and those who survive will envy the dead." The weight of the choice before us was staggering. To save the world, we would have to sacrifice our sanity, our innocence, perhaps even pieces of our very souls. I turned to Zeke, saw the fear and uncertainty in his eyes. But beneath that, I saw something else, a determination, a strength I had always admired in my friend. "Together?" I asked, echoing our words from earlier in the day, in what now felt like another lifetime. Zeke swallowed hard, then nodded. "Together." We turned back to the old woman, who watched us with a mixture of pride and sorrow. "We'll do it," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Whatever it takes to stop this." She nodded, relief evident in her weathered features. "Then let it begin. Remember, what you are about to experience is but a fraction of the Old One's consciousness. Do not let it overwhelm you. Do not lose yourselves in its vastness. You must return, must carry this burden back into the world." The chanting reached a crescendo, the air itself seeming to vibrate with otherworldly energy. The old woman raised her staff, and the symbols carved into the trees flared with blinding light. Suddenly, the world around us seemed to tear apart. Reality itself peeled away like old wallpaper, revealing a void beyond that defied description. Zeke and I found ourselves falling, plunging into an abyss of swirling colors and impossible geometries. What we experienced in that timeless void is beyond my ability to fully articulate. We saw the birth and death of universes, witnessed cosmic horrors that dwarfed our understanding of reality. We felt the vast alien consciousness of the Old One brush against our minds, threatening to shatter our sanity with its incomprehensible thoughts. Through it all, I clung to my sense of self, to the memory of who I was and why we had chosen this path. I could feel Zeke beside me, his presence an anchor in the chaos. When we finally returned to our bodies, collapsing to the forest floor, it felt like both an eternity and mere seconds had passed. The hooded figures surrounded us, their chanting now a soft, soothing melody that helped to ease our trembling minds back into the confines of normal reality. The old woman knelt beside us, her face etched with concern. "It is done," she said softly. "The old one sleeps once more, appeased by your witness." Zeke and I looked at each other, seeing in each other's eyes the weight of what we had experienced. We were changed, fundamentally and irrevocably. The knowledge we now carried would be both a burden and a responsibility. As dawn broke over the forest, the hooded figures disappeared back into the woods, leaving us alone in the clearing. The monstrous guardian was gone as well, retreating to whatever dark corner it called home. "What do we do now?" Zeke asked, his voice hoarse. I stood on shaky legs, offering him a hand up. "We live," I said simply. "We carry this knowledge, this burden, and we use it to protect others from stumbling into things they're not prepared for." We made our way back to civilization, forever changed by our experience. In the years that followed, Zeke and I became guardians in our own right. We sought out others who had brushed against the unknown, offering guidance and support. We used our knowledge to prevent others from awakening things best left sleeping. The nightmares never fully faded, and there were times when the weight of what we had witnessed threatened to overwhelm us. But we had each other and the knowledge that our sacrifice had kept the world safe. As I write this account years later, I do so as a warning and a testament. There are things in this world and beyond it that defy our understanding, forces ancient and powerful that slumber just beneath the surface of reality. To those who might be tempted to seek out these dark truths, I offer this advice: be careful what you wish for. Knowledge comes at a price, and some mysteries are best left unsolved. But if you do find yourself standing at the threshold of the unknown, remember that courage and friendship can be your strongest allies in the face of cosmic horror. Our adventure in those Pennsylvania woods may have ended, but the echoes of what we experienced continue to ripple through our lives. We are the watchers, the guardians, carrying the burden of terrible knowledge so that others might sleep peacefully, unaware of the ancient terrors that lurk in the shadows of our world. And so our story ends where it began, in the quiet woods of Pennsylvania, where ancient secrets slumber, waiting for the next cycle to begin. But for now, the old one sleeps, and the world turns on, blissfully unaware of how close it came to ending. As for Zeke and me, we continue our vigil, forever changed by our encounter with the unknown, but stronger for having faced it together. In the end, it is not the horrors we witness that define us, but the courage we found in each other to face them and emerge, scarred but unbroken on the other side. The sun was slipping below the horizon, painting the Texas sky in shades of rust and amber. The last rays of daylight cast long shadows across the narrow back road that wound through mesquite trees and prickly pear. I glanced at Annabeth beside me, her auburn hair catching the warm glow of twilight as she hummed along to the static-filled radio. We were headed back to the ranch after a supply run to town, taking the scenic route through the hill country. Just me, her, and the old 2000 Chevy that had been through more adventures than I could count. The truck had belonged to my brother Miguel before he sold it to me 5 years ago when he moved to Houston. The odometer read over 200,000 miles, but the engine had always purred like a kitten, until tonight. Without warning, the engine coughed once, then twice, before sputtering into silence. The power steering went dead in my hands as I wrestled the wheel, guiding the truck to the shoulder. Dust swirled in the dying light as we rolled to a complete stop. "Damn it," I muttered, shifting into park. Annabeth's green eyes found mine, concern etching lines across her forehead. "What happened?" I shook my head, already reaching for the door handle. "No idea, she's never done this before." The hinges groaned as I stepped out into the cooling evening air. October in Texas meant the days were still warm, but the nights carried a bite that reminded you winter was coming. I popped the hood, the metal warm against my palms, and leaned into the engine compartment. Everything looked normal. The belt was intact, no visible leaks, battery connections tight. I'd spent enough Saturday mornings under this hood with Miguel to know every bolt and wire by heart, but nothing seemed wrong. The forest pressed in around us on both sides of the road, dense with cedar and oak. As darkness crept through the branches, the shadows seemed to thicken into something almost solid. The usual evening chorus of crickets and tree frogs had gone silent, leaving only the ticking of the cooling engine. 5 minutes passed as I checked connections and fluid levels. Then I heard the passenger door creak open. Annabeth's boots crunched on the gravel as she came around to join me. "Did you call me?" Her voice carried an edge I'd rarely heard. I straightened up, wiping my hands on my jeans. No, I didn't say anything. Her face went pale in the truck's dim dome light. She wrapped her arms around herself, that nervous gesture she'd had since we were kids. I heard you, clear as day. You called my name." The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees in an instant. I forced what I hoped was a reassuring smile, probably just the wind playing tricks. These hills do strange things with sound. But even as I said it, I noticed how still the air had become. Not even a breeze stirred the leaves overhead. The forest felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. "Get back in the truck," I said quietly. "Let me try starting it again." She nodded and climbed back into the cab, but I saw her lock the door behind her. Smart girl. I bent back over the engine, but my concentration kept breaking. Every snap of a twig in the underbrush made me jerk my head up. Every shadow seemed to shift and writhe just outside my vision. The feeling of being watched crawled across my skin like fire ants. Then I heard it, my own voice, distant but unmistakable, calling out, "Annabeth, Annabeth, come here." The blood in my veins turned to ice water. I spun around to see Annabeth already scrambling out of the truck again, her face twisted with fear and confusion. "Stop it," she shouted, her voice cracking. "This isn't funny anymore. I swear on my mother's grave, I didn't." The words died in my throat as a low, rumbling growl rolled out of the darkness behind me. I turned slowly, every instinct screaming at me to run. A figure emerged from the shadows just beyond the reach of our headlights. At first glance, it might have been a coyote. We had plenty of those in the hill country, but this was wrong, all wrong. It stood on legs that bent at impossible angles, joints reversed like a bird's. The body was covered in mangy fur that hung in patches, revealing skin underneath that looked burnt and scarred. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle as it studied us, and when the creature's mouth opened in what might have been a grin, I saw rows of human teeth behind the canine fangs. The eyes were the worst part. They glowed with their own sickly yellow light, reflecting our headlights like a cat's but holding an intelligence that no animal should possess. Annabeth's scream pierced the night as the thing moved. It didn't run like an animal. It lurched forward in stuttering, puppet-like motions that covered ground faster than should have been possible. One gnarled paw slammed into the truck bed with enough force to dent the metal. The whole vehicle rocked on its suspension. I saw Annabeth duck down inside, her hands pressed against her ears, eyes squeezed shut in terror. My hand found the door handle and yanked it open. In the center console was the knife old Hector had given me last summer, a wicked curved blade with a bone handle carved with symbols I didn't understand. He'd blessed it himself, said every rancher should carry protection in these parts. I'd thought he meant for cutting fence wire or putting down injured livestock. The creature's glowing eyes locked onto the blade, and for the first time it hesitated. Its grotesque features twisted into something like fear. Then it spoke, and the sound that came out was Annabeth's voice, perfect in every way. "Please, please don't hurt me." Rage exploded through my chest, burning away the fear. How dare this thing use her voice, try to manipulate me with it? I lunged forward, slashing with the knife. The blade caught the creature across what should have been its shoulder. The touch of blessed steel made it shriek, a sound that was part wounded animal, part woman's scream, part something else entirely. Black blood sprayed across the gravel. It stumbled backward, that horrible grin replaced by pure animal fury. For a heartbeat, we stared at each other. Then it turned and bolted into the forest, crashing through the underbrush. Its screams echoed off the hills until they faded into the distance. I stood there gasping, the knife trembling in my grip. My shirt was soaked with sweat despite the cool air. Annabeth called my name, her real voice small and frightened. I climbed back into the truck, tossing the bloodied knife onto the dashboard. My hands shook as I turned the key. The engine roared to life immediately, as if it had never been broken at all. Neither of us spoke during the drive home. I pushed the truck hard, taking the curves faster than was safe, desperate to put miles between us and whatever that thing had been. The headlights cut through the darkness, but I kept checking the mirrors, expecting to see those glowing eyes pursuing us. The ranch house appeared through the darkness like a beacon of safety. Every window blazed with light, unusual for this time of night. Hector's old Ford was parked out front next to his nephew's motorcycle. The front door opened before we even stopped. Hector stood silhouetted in the doorway, his weathered face grave. At 73, he'd been working this land longer than anyone else alive. The deep lines around his eyes seemed deeper tonight. "Inside, quickly," he said, ushering us through the door. His nephew Carlos stood by the fireplace with a shotgun across his lap. "How did you know?" I started to ask, but Hector held up a gnarled hand. "The land speaks to those who listen," he said simply. "Tell me everything. Leave out nothing." We sat at the kitchen table while I recounted our encounter. Hector's face grew darker with each detail. When I described the creature's appearance and how it had used Annabeth's voice, he and Carlos exchanged a long look. "Yinald Lucia," Hector said finally, the unfamiliar words hanging heavy in the air. "What some call a skinwalker, though that name gives it more power than it deserves." Annabeth gripped my hand under the table. "Those are just old stories," she whispered. "Old stories have roots in old truths," Carlos said. His voice was steady, but I noticed how his knuckles were white where he gripped the shotgun. "My grandmother saw one when she was young. It killed 3 people in her village before the medicine man drove it away." Hector rose and began gathering supplies from the cupboards. Bundles of sage, pouches of ash, bottles of oil that gleamed amber in the lamplight. "You wounded it with blessed steel. That's good, but it will remember you now. It will come for revenge." "What do we do?" I asked. "We prepare." He began moving through the house, Carlos following. They spread ash across every windowsill and threshold. Sage smoke filled the rooms as Hector chanted in a language I didn't recognize, not Spanish or English, something far older. He painted symbols above the doors with the oil, the marks seeming to shimmer in the flickering light. When he reached the bedroom where Annabeth and I would sleep, he spent extra time on the protection ritual. The knife I'd used was cleaned with salt and holy water, then blessed again with words that made the air feel charged, like before a thunderstorm. "Keep her close," Hector said when he finished, his dark eyes boring into mine. "These creatures feed on fear and isolation. Together you're stronger. Apart," he shook his head. "Do not let it separate you." We tried to sleep, but every sound outside made us both tense. The house creaked and settled in the cooling night. Somewhere in the distance, a pack of regular coyotes howled, and I wondered if they sensed what was out there too. The scratching started just after midnight. Slow, deliberate, like fingernails dragged across glass. It pulled me from the fitful doze I'd finally managed to fall into. My eyes snapped open to find Annabeth already awake, her body rigid beside me. The room was awash in silver moonlight filtering through the curtains. The shadows it cast seemed to move independently of any wind. "Did you hear?" she started to whisper. I pressed a finger to her lips and nodded. The scratching came again, from the window facing the back pasture. This time it was accompanied by a sound like breathing, deep, rhythmic, patient. "Stay here," I breathed into her ear, reaching for the blessed knife on the nightstand. Her fingers dug into my arm. "Don't leave me alone." "I won't go far, I promise." I slipped out of bed and padded barefoot across the cold floor. The bedroom door opened silently. I'd oiled the hinges myself last month. The hallway stretched before me, patches of moonlight alternating with pools of shadow. Hector was already in the living room, standing motionless by the front windows. In his hands was the old Winchester that usually hung above the fireplace. Carlos flanked him with the shotgun. "It's testing the barriers," Hector murmured without turning, looking for weakness. The scratching moved to another window, then another, circling the house. With it came new sounds, whispers and voices I almost recognized, soft laughter that raised goosebumps along my arms, the cry of what sounded like a baby that made my chest tighten with instinctive concern. "Don't listen," Carlos warned. "It's all lies. Everything it shows you, every sound it makes, all deception." Hector moved to the gun cabinet and withdrew a Glock 9mm, pressing it into my hands along with a leather pouch. "Iron bullets," he explained, "blessed and sealed with sacred salt. They may not kill it, but they'll hurt it enough to drive it off." The scratching stopped. The silence that followed was worse than any sound. We waited, muscles coiled like springs, scanning the darkness beyond the windows. Then I saw them through the window, hoof prints in the dirt of the yard, glowing faintly with their own phosphorescent light. They led from the garden toward the tree line, each print perfectly visible in the darkness. My gaze followed the trail to where it stood at the edge of our property. The skinwalker had taken a new form, or perhaps revealed more of its true nature. It stood upright like a man, but wrong, too tall, limbs too long, joints bending in ways that hurt to look at. Patches of fur and human skin created a patchwork hide. Its head was the worst amalgamation, partly human, partly coyote, partly something else entirely. Those glowing eyes found mine through the window, and I felt a wave of pure hatred wash over me. But underneath it was something else, pain from where I'd cut it, and a burning desire for revenge. I raised the Glock, sighting down the barrel through the glass. My finger found the trigger. Nothing. The gun was dead in my hands, the trigger frozen solid. I tried to rack the slide, but it was like the weapon had turned to stone. "The barriers hold it out," Hector said grimly, "but they also prevent us from attacking through them. We must face it directly." He moved toward the door, Carlos beside him. After a heartbeat, I followed. The night air hit like a physical blow. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees, and my breath came out in visible puffs. The skinwalker waited at the edge of the yard, just beyond the line of ash Hector had laid. Up close, its wrongness was even more apparent. The proportions were all off, arms that hung past its knees, a torso that seemed to twist and writhe even as it stood still. When it smiled, showing those human teeth in that bestial face, bile rose in my throat. "You think your little protections will save you?" Its voice was a horrible mixture of the ones it had stolen, Annabeth's sweetness, my own deeper tones, and underneath it all, something ancient and cruel. "I have walked these lands since before your ancestors crawled from their caves. I have fed on the fear of generations." Hector stepped forward, the Winchester steady in his hands. He began to chant in that old language, each word seeming to make the air itself vibrate. The skinwalker's smile faltered. "Silence, old man. Your time is past, your protections are weak, your faith failing." But Hector's voice only grew stronger. I could feel power building, making my skin tingle and my hair stand on end. The blessed ammunition in our weapons began to warm. The creature snarled and took a step forward. The moment its foot crossed the ash line, Hector fired. The crack of the rifle was deafening. The skinwalker screamed as the blessed bullet tore through its shoulder, spinning it around. Black ichor splattered across the ground, smoking where it hit. But it didn't fall. Instead, it laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "You'll have to do better than that." It moved then, faster than anything that size should be able to. 1 second it was at the tree line, the next it was rushing toward us, covering the ground in bounds that defied physics. Carlos's shotgun boomed, catching it in the chest. It barely slowed. I finally got the Glock working. Whatever had frozen it broke when the creature crossed our threshold. I squeezed off 3 shots center mass. Each impact made it stagger but didn't stop its charge. Just as it reached us, claws extended and mouth open impossibly wide, Annabeth appeared in the doorway. "Stop," she shouted. The skinwalker froze mid-leap, its attention suddenly riveted on her. She stood there in her nightgown, clutching something in her hands, her grandmother's silver cross, the one she never took off. "You have no power here," she said, her voice steady despite the tears running down her face. "This is our home, our land, and you are not welcome." The creature writhed as if in pain. The cross in Annabeth's hands began to glow with soft white light. Where that light touched the skinwalker, its skin bubbled and burned. It fell back, shrieking in rage and agony. "This isn't over," it screamed in a dozen stolen voices. "I know your scent now. I know your fears. I will feast on everyone you love." Then it fled, crashing back into the forest. Its howls echoed through the hills until they finally faded into silence. Dawn came slowly, painting the eastern sky in shades of pink and gold. None of us had slept after the confrontation. We sat around the kitchen table, cups of strong coffee growing cold in our hands. "It will come back," Hector said finally. "Wounded and angry, they become more dangerous when cornered." "So what do we do?" Annabeth asked. She hadn't let go of my hand since the attack. "We need more protection, more people who know the old ways." Carlos was already making phone calls, speaking rapid Spanish to family members across the state. The knock at the door made us all jump. Through the window, I could see Sheriff Daniel's patrol car in the drive. I opened the door to find him standing there, hat in hand, face drawn and pale. Daniel Rodriguez had been sheriff for 15 years. He'd seen everything from drug runners to human trafficking. But this morning, he looked shaken to his core. "We got a situation," he said, voice rough. "Your neighbor, Eleanor Lowell, she's dead." The words hit like a physical blow. Mrs. Lowell lived 3 miles west, a widow who raised goats and made the best tamales in the county. Just last week, she'd brought us a basket of fresh eggs. What happened? My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Daniel shifted uncomfortably. "That's the thing. Looks like she was shot, but the wounds, they're strange. And her house is torn apart like a tornado hit it, but only inside. Windows intact, door was still locked from the inside." Hector stepped forward. "Were there tracks? Marks on the walls?" The sheriff's eyes narrowed. "How did you—" "Yeah. Claw marks everywhere, and this symbol drawn in blood above her bed." He showed us a photo on his phone. The symbol made my skin crawl. A twisted thing that seemed to writhe even in the still image. "It's marking territory," Hector said quietly, "and sending a message." Daniel looked between us, understanding dawning on his face. "This is connected to those old stories, isn't it? The ones my grandmother used to tell?" "Your grandmother was wise," Carlos said. "You should have listened better." "What do I tell people? That there's a monster killing folks?" "Tell them there's a rabid animal," I suggested. "Mountain lion, maybe. Tell them to stay inside after dark, travel in groups." He nodded slowly. "The Hendersons reported missing cattle last night. Found them this morning. Or what was left of them. Whatever did it. Didn't eat them. Just tore them apart." My stomach turned. It was killing for sport now, for terror. Each death would feed its power, spread fear through the community. "We'll stop it," I said, though I wasn't sure I believed it myself. After Daniel left, we spent the day preparing. More family arrived. Hector's sister Maria, a curandera from San Antonio, his cousin Roberto, who'd learned the old ways from their grandfather, a young woman named Luna, who had the sight. They turned our ranch into a fortress. Every building was blessed and warded. Sacred symbols were carved into fence posts. They hung mirrors facing outward. Apparently the creatures hated their own reflection. Iron horseshoes appeared above every door. As the sun set, we were as ready as we could be. 15 of us now, armed with blessed weapons and protected by centuries of knowledge. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't be enough. They came at full dark, not just one, but 3. The first sign was the cattle. They began lowing in distress, then screaming, a sound I'd never heard cattle make before. Through the window we could see them running in panic, crashing into fences, trampling each other to escape something we couldn't yet see. "Positions," Hector commanded. We spread out through the house, weapons ready. I took the front window with Annabeth beside me. She held her grandmother's cross in one hand and a borrowed .48 in the other. The temperature plummeted. Frost began forming on the windows despite the October warmth. Our breath came out in clouds. Then we saw them. 3 skinwalkers, each more grotesque than the last. One wore the partial skin of what might have been a horse, its head elongated into something equine but wrong. Another crawled on all 4s but with human hands and feet, its spine twisted so its head faced backward. The third wore Mrs. Lowell's face. It was stretched over its skull like a mask, her kind features warped into something monstrous. When it smiled, it was with her lips. "Murderers," it called in her voice. "You let me die. You could have warned me, could have saved me. Why didn't you save me?" "Don't listen," Luna said sharply. "It's not her. Just an echo, a stolen face." They circled the house, testing the barriers. Where they touched the protective symbols, sparks flew, and they recoiled. But they were learning, finding the weak points. The one with Mrs. Lowell's face began to speak in other voices, friends, family members, people from town. Each accusation designed to hurt, to make us doubt ourselves. "Your brother never forgave you for letting him down," it said to Carlos in perfect Spanish. "Your baby would have lived if you'd been a better mother," it told Maria. To me, it spoke in my father's voice. "Disappointed in you, boy. Always were too weak to protect what matters." "Shut up," Annabeth shouted, firing through the window. The blessed bullet caught it in the chest, sending it tumbling back. That's when they attacked in earnest. The horse thing charged the front door, hitting it with the force of a truck. The whole frame groaned. Roberto and two cousins braced it with their bodies, chanting prayers. The backward crawling one scuttled up the wall and onto the roof. We could hear it scratching at the shingles, trying to dig through. Windows shattered on three sides, not from impact from the creature's screaming, a sound that resonated at just the right frequency to explode glass. "Cover the windows," Hector ordered. We rushed to block the openings, but it was too late. The skinwalkers began reaching through, their arms stretching impossibly long. Claws raked at anyone within reach. Maria swung a machete blessed with holy water, severing one grasping arm. It fell to the floor and dissolved into black smoke that smelled of sulfur and rot. The front door finally gave way with a crash. The horse thing forced its way inside, too tall for the doorframe, having to bend and contort. Roberto met it with his shotgun, blessed rock salt tearing into its hide. The battle was chaos, gunfire, screaming, the crash of furniture. Luna threw vials of consecrated oil that burst into white flame when they hit the creatures. The house filled with smoke and the stench of burning flesh. I lost sight of Annabeth in the melee. Panic seized my chest. "Annabeth! Here!" She was backed into a corner, the Lowell-faced thing advancing on her. Her cross glowed, keeping it at bay, but barely. I charged, tackling the creature around the waist. We went down in a tangle of limbs. It was like wrestling with animated leather and bone, no muscle or substance beneath the stolen skin. Its hands found my throat, squeezing with inhuman strength. Black spots danced in my vision. Then Annabeth was there, pressing the cross against its forehead. The creature shrieked and released me, scrambling away from the holy symbol. "Everyone out," Hector shouted. "The house is lost." We retreated through the back door, covering each other. The skinwalkers had taken the living room, their presence fouling the air itself. But outside we had room to maneuver. The yard became a battleground. Maria and her daughters formed a circle, chanting in unison. Their combined faith created a barrier of white light that the creatures couldn't cross. Roberto had retrieved something from his truck, an old leather bag filled with what looked like arrowheads. "Apache points," he explained quickly. "Found at a massacre site. They remember the blood spilled, the warriors who held them." He scattered them on the ground. Where they fell, ghostly figures rose, translucent warriors with bows and spears, standing ready to defend. The skinwalkers recoiled. For the first time, real fear showed on their twisted features. "You dare call the dead against us?" the Lowell-faced one shrieked. "The dead who died with honor," Hector corrected, "the ones who knew how to fight your kind." The battle intensified. Ghost warriors clashed with skinwalkers. Our blessed bullets and the family's faith magic supported them. Slowly, we gained ground. The backward crawler was the first to fall. Luna's thrown knife, a family heirloom blessed by 7 generations, caught it in the spine. It collapsed, writhing, then began to dissolve. As it died, stolen voices poured from its mouth in a cacophony of pain. The horse thing tried to flee. Roberto's spectral warriors pursued, their ghostly arrows finding marks our bullets couldn't. It made it to the tree line before collapsing, its stolen skin sloughing off to reveal something underneath that hurt to look at. Raw possibility, potential twisted into malevolence. That left the one wearing Mrs. Lowell's face. It stood in the center of the yard, no longer attacking, just watching us with those glowing eyes. "You think you've won?" it asked, and now the voice was its own, ancient, cold, utterly inhuman. "I am eternal. I will return. If not in this form, then another. Your children will know my hunger. Their children will feed my rage." "Maybe," I said, stepping forward. The blessed knife was heavy in my hand. "But not today." "Not today," Annabeth echoed, moving beside me. One by one, the others joined us. 15 voices speaking as one. "Not today." The skinwalker laughed, but there was uncertainty in it now. We advanced together, faith and fury combined. It made one last desperate attack, launching itself at our line. But we were ready. Blessed weapons struck from every angle. Holy water sizzled against its flesh. Sacred smoke choked its cries. I drove the knife deep into its chest, Annabeth's hands over mine on the hilt. "For Mrs. Lowell," I whispered. The creature's eyes went wide. For just a moment I swear I saw something almost human in them. Regret, perhaps, or simple exhaustion from centuries of existence. Then it collapsed, dissolving into shadow and smoke. The night wind caught the remains, scattering them until nothing remained but the memory. We stood there in the darkness, breathing hard, hardly believing it was over. "Is it dead?" Annabeth asked. "This form is," Hector said wearily. "But beings like this, they're ideas as much as flesh. It may return, years or generations from now." "Then we'll be ready," I said. "We'll teach others. Make sure the knowledge doesn't die." He smiled slightly. "Now you understand." Dawn was breaking as we surveyed the damage. The house was wrecked but standing. We'd lost cattle and property, but no human lives beyond poor Mrs. Lowell. As the sun rose higher, burning away the shadows, normalcy began to reassert itself. The ghostly warriors faded with respectful nods. The protective circles dimmed. The world looked ordinary again. But we knew better now. We'd seen what lurked in the darkness, faced it, and survived. Sheriff Daniel arrived with the sunrise, taking in the destruction with weary acceptance. "Mountain lion?" he asked without much hope. "Mountain lion," we agreed. He sighed. "I'll need statements, and someone should check on the other ranches, make sure everyone's okay." "We'll help," Maria offered. "This community protects its own." As the family dispersed to help with the cleanup and checking on neighbors, Annabeth and I found ourselves alone on the porch. She leaned against me, exhausted but alive. "Think it's really over?" she asked. I thought about lying, giving her the comfort of certainty, but we'd been through too much for that. "For now," I said honestly. "Maybe for our lifetime. But Hector's right. We need to remember to prepare." She nodded. "Then we will." We sat there as the sun climbed higher, warming our faces and chasing away the last of the night's terrors. In the distance, I could hear the normal sounds of ranch life returning, surviving cattle lowing for feed, horses nickering in their stalls, the dog barking at nothing in particular. The world went on, as it always had, but now we were part of the thin line that stood between the ordinary and the darkness, guardians of knowledge that most would call folklore and superstition. And when the next one came, whether in a year or a century, someone would be ready with blessed steel and ancient words, standing firm against the night. The sun rose fully, bathing the ranch in golden light, and for now that was enough. It was one of those sweltering summer nights in late July 2018, the kind where the air feels heavy and thick, clinging to your skin like a damp cloth. I was 17 that summer, and our old two-story house had no central air conditioning, just a few window units that rattled and wheezed without doing much good. The upstairs had become unbearable, the heat collecting under the eaves until my bedroom felt like the inside of a furnace. I'd lie there, sheets kicked off, staring at the ceiling and watching the shadows cast by the struggling fan, my t-shirt soaked through with sweat. That's when I started sleeping in the basement. The decision seemed practical at the time. Our basement was partially finished. My dad had done most of the work himself years ago, putting up drywall and laying down carpet remnants. It wasn't fancy, but it was functional. There was an old sectional couch that sagged in the middle, a coffee table scarred with water rings, and my PlayStation 4 hooked up to a decent-sized TV. The temperature down there stayed a good 15 degrees cooler than the rest of the house, and that made all the difference. The basement had one large window that looked out onto our backyard. It was one of those ground-level windows, the kind where you're looking up slightly at the grass line. During the day it let in natural light and gave a view of our lawn, the weathered fence, and beyond that the dense tree line that marked the beginning of the woods. Our property backed up to about 40 acres of forest, mostly oak and pine, with thick underbrush that made it nearly impossible to walk through without a path. I'd never thought much about that window before. It was just a window. But once I started spending my nights down there, I became acutely aware of it, aware of how exposed it made me feel, how the darkness outside seemed to press against the glass like something alive. The first week was fine. I'd stay up late playing games or watching movies, eventually dozing off on the couch with the TV still on, the flickering light providing a kind of comfort. The basement felt like my own private space, away from my parents and my younger sister. away from the suffocating heat and the ordinary frustrations of teenage life. But then the howling started. At first, I barely noticed it. We'd always had coyotes in the area. Their yipping and howling were common sounds at night, especially in summer. They'd sing to each other across the hills, their voices carrying through the darkness in a chorus that was oddly beautiful if you weren't too close to it. This howl was different. It started on a Tuesday night, around 2 in the morning. I was half asleep, some action movie playing on the TV with the volume turned down low. The sound cut through my drowsy state like a knife, a long, low howl that seemed to vibrate through the ground itself. It wasn't the high-pitched yapping of coyotes. This was deeper, more resonant, almost mournful. It started low and rose slowly, sustaining for what felt like an impossibly long time before finally trailing off into silence. I sat up on the couch, suddenly wide awake, my heart beating a little faster. The sound had come from the woods behind our house. I was sure of it, but it didn't sound like any coyote I'd ever heard. There was something almost deliberate about it, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. I waited, listening. The TV continued its quiet dialogue, explosions and gunfire rendered meaningless by the volume. Outside, through that window, I could see nothing but darkness and the vague shapes of trees against the slightly lighter sky. The howl came again, and this time I could swear it was closer, still from the woods, but nearer to the edge of our property. That same low, sustained note that seemed to carry a weight of intention. I grabbed the remote and muted the TV, sitting in complete silence, straining to hear. Minutes passed. Nothing. Just the ordinary sounds of the house, the hum of the refrigerator upstairs, the tick of pipes cooling, the whisper of air through the vents. I convinced myself it was just an animal, maybe a dog that had gotten loose from a neighboring property. We had a few farms scattered around the area, and it wouldn't be unheard of for a hunting dog to roam at night. The rational part of my brain offered these explanations, and I accepted them gratefully, turning the TV volume back up and settling into the couch. But sleep didn't come easily that night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, certain I'd heard something. The basement suddenly felt less like a refuge and more like a trap, a space too far from my family, too isolated, too exposed to whatever was out there in the darkness beyond that window. The howling became a nightly occurrence, always around the same time between 2 and 3 in the morning. That long, low sound would drift through the darkness, and each night I became more convinced it was getting closer. What disturbed me most was the pattern. The sound would come from one direction, then seem to shift. One night it would be far to the left, near the old oak tree at the corner of our property. The next night it would be to the right, near where the fence line disappeared into the underbrush. Then it would be directly behind the house, so close that it seemed to be just beyond the window. I started keeping track in my phone, making notes about where the sound seemed to originate. I told myself I was being scientific about it, gathering data that I could present to my parents, or maybe even call animal control. But really, I think I was just trying to exert some kind of control over a situation that made me feel increasingly helpless. The notes became obsessive. Tuesday, 2:15 a.m., howl from northwest, near property line. Long duration, maybe 8 to 10 seconds. Wednesday, 2:30 a.m., howl from southwest, closer. Lasted longer. Rusty was barking upstairs. Thursday, 2:10 a.m., multiple howls, started far, ended close, sounded like it was moving. Friday, 2:45 a.m., right outside the window. I could hear movement in the grass. That last entry scared me more than I wanted to admit. I hadn't imagined the sound of movement, the soft whisper of something brushing through the grass, the slight rustle that came from just beyond the glass. I'd sat frozen on that couch, my eyes locked on the window, seeing nothing but my own reflection in the dark glass and the faint shapes of trees beyond. I told my father about it on Saturday morning. We were in the kitchen, and I was exhausted from another night of broken sleep. He was reading the newspaper, coffee in hand, the picture of Saturday morning normalcy. "Dad, have you heard anything weird at night? Like howling?" He glanced up from the sports section. "Coyotes? Sure, they're always out there this time of year." "No, this is different. It's louder, deeper, and it sounds like it's getting closer to the house." He folded the paper down, giving me his attention. "How close?" "Really close, like right outside the basement window." My father frowned, but I could see he wasn't taking it seriously. Probably just sounds closer because you're in the basement. Sound carries differently underground, and your mother told me you've been staying up until all hours playing those games. When you're tired, things seem more dramatic than they are. It's not that, I'm telling you. Something's out there. I'll take a look around the property later, he said, returning to his paper. But I'm sure it's just coyotes. They den up in those woods every year. Nothing to worry about. I wanted to believe him. God, I wanted to believe him so badly. But that night, when I heard the howl again, closer than ever, so close I could hear the breath behind it, I knew that whatever was out there, it wasn't a coyote. It happened on a Wednesday night, exactly 1 week after the howling started. I remember the date because I'd circled it on the calendar in my phone, marking it as the night everything changed. The heat had been particularly brutal that day, the kind of heat that makes your clothes stick to you and turns the steering wheel of your car into a branding iron. By the time evening came, I was desperate for the cool relief of the basement. I grabbed my pillow and blanket, told my parents I was going downstairs to watch a movie, and descended into my sanctuary. I'd chosen Thor Ragnarok from my Netflix queue, something light and fun that I'd seen a dozen times before. It was comfort viewing, background noise that didn't require much attention. I settled into the familiar sag of the couch, positioned so I could see both the TV and, in my peripheral vision, that window. The movie was about 40 minutes in when I heard the first tap. It was soft, so soft that I almost missed it under the dialogue from the TV. A single tap against the glass, like someone had gently knocked with one knuckle. I froze, my eyes sliding toward the window. The curtain was drawn, but it was a thin curtain, more decorative than functional. During the day, you could see shapes through it. At night, with the lights on inside and darkness outside, it was mostly opaque, but not entirely. I stared at it, barely breathing, waiting. Maybe it was a moth, attracted to the light inside. Maybe it was a twig blown against the glass by the wind. There were a dozen rational explanations. The second tap came harder, more deliberate. Knock, knock. 2 distinct strikes against the glass. My heart began to hammer in my chest. That wasn't a moth. That wasn't wind. That was intentional. I should have run right then. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get up, get away, get somewhere safe. But instead, I found myself slowly rising from the couch, my legs moving independently of my conscious mind, carrying me toward that window. I reached for the curtain with a trembling hand. My mouth had gone completely dry. I could hear my own breathing, harsh and quick in the silence. I'd muted the TV without realizing it. The rational part of my brain was offering explanations. A bird, confused by its reflection. A branch blown against the glass. Maybe even my father, checking on me from outside. But deeper down in that primitive part of the brain that remembers when humans were prey, I knew that whatever was on the other side of that curtain wasn't anything that had a rational explanation. I pulled the curtain aside. The face was pressed against the glass, less than 2 feet from my own. I can still see it when I close my eyes. I'll probably see it for the rest of my life. The shape was wrong, elongated, like someone had grabbed a human face and stretched it vertically. The skin had a grayish, mottled appearance, hanging loose in places like it didn't quite fit over the skull beneath. There were no lips, just a gaping mouth full of teeth. Too many teeth, sharp and irregular, some pointing inward, some jutting out at odd angles. But it was the eyes that paralyzed me, or rather the absence of eyes. Where eyes should have been, there were just hollow sockets, not empty, exactly, but filled with a darkness that seemed to have depth, like looking into a well at midnight. The thing was smiling. At least that's what the arrangement of its mouth suggested, all those teeth bared in something that might have been a grin if it had been on a human face. Its head tilted slowly to one side, the movement jerky and unnatural, like a bird examining something curious. I couldn't scream. My throat had closed up completely, my body locked in place by pure terror. We stared at each other, me and this thing, for what might have been 2 seconds or 2 hours. Time seemed to have stopped working properly. Then it moved, its mouth opened wider, impossibly wide, and I saw its tongue, dark and pointed, move behind those jagged teeth. That broke the spell. I stumbled backward, my legs finally remembering how to work, and the scream that had been trapped in my throat came out as a strangled, wheezing gasp. I turned and ran for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, my feet slipping on the carpet, my hands grabbing the railing to keep from falling. Dad, the word finally came out, hoarse and broken. Dad. I could hear movement from my parents' bedroom, and then my father appeared in the hallway, squinting in the darkness. What? What's wrong? Basement window. There's something. The words tumbled out incoherently. He flipped on the hall light, and I saw the concern on his face shift into something else, confusion mixed with alarm at my state. I must have looked terrified. I could feel the cold sweat on my face, feel my whole body shaking. Show me, he said firmly. We went back down together, my father leading the way. He turned on every light as we descended, flooding the basement with harsh fluorescent brightness. When we reached the bottom, he went straight to the window and threw back the curtain. Nothing. Just the dark backyard and the tree line beyond. He unlocked the window and pushed it open, leaning out to look around. I don't see anything. It was there, I insisted, my voice still shaking. Right there, pressing against the glass. Its face. It was... Hey, he interrupted gently, placing a hand on my shoulder. It's okay, you probably dozed off, had a bad dream. This heat, staying up late, it plays tricks on your mind. I wasn't asleep. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference, especially with the TV on, those horror movies you watch. It wasn't a movie, it wasn't a dream, it was real. He looked at me for a long moment, and I could see him trying to decide how to handle this. Finally, he nodded. Okay, how about you sleep upstairs tonight? We'll figure this out in the morning. I wanted to argue, to make him believe me, but I was exhausted and terrified, and the basement suddenly felt like the last place on earth I wanted to be. So I gathered my blanket and pillow and followed him back upstairs, leaving the lights on behind us. That night I slept in my sweltering bedroom with the door locked and my desk chair wedged under the handle. It didn't help much. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, those empty sockets, and that terrible grin. And when I finally did sleep, I dreamed of tapping at my window. The next morning I came downstairs to find my father had already been outside. He was sitting at the kitchen table with his coffee, still wearing his yard work clothes despite the early hour. I checked the whole perimeter, he said before I could ask. No footprints, no disturbances in the grass under the window, no scratches on the glass, no marks of any kind. My mother looked up from her own coffee. Sweetheart, your father told me what happened. Are you sure you weren't having a nightmare? You've been spending an awful lot of time in that basement. I know what I saw, but even as I said it, doubt crept in. My father was right. There should have been some evidence, footprints at least. The grass under that window had been dry for weeks. Anything stepping there should have left some kind of mark. Maybe the heat's getting to you, my mother suggested gently. Why don't you set up the portable AC in your room? It's not good for you to be isolated down there all night. I wanted to tell them about the howling, about the pattern I'd noticed, about the feeling of being watched that had been growing stronger each night. But looking at their concerned faces, their reasonable suggestions, I felt my certainty beginning to crumble. Maybe they were right. Maybe the combination of heat, exhaustion, and late-night horror movies had created something that seemed real but wasn't. The human mind was capable of incredible things, including convincing hallucinations. I'd read about that, sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, the power of suggestion. I'll try sleeping upstairs tonight, I said finally. My mother smiled with relief. Good. And maybe take a break from those horror movies for a while. I spent the day trying to convince myself they were right. I helped my father in the yard, worked on summer reading for school, did normal everyday things that had nothing to do with creatures at windows or strange howling in the night. The normalcy was comforting. In the bright light of day, with the sun beating down and the sounds of suburban life all around, lawnmowers, kids playing, dogs barking, the terror of the previous night seemed distant and unreal. But when evening came and the shadows grew long, the doubt began to fade. I stood at my bedroom window, looking out at the backyard as the light drained from the sky. Beyond our fence, the woods were already dark, a solid wall of shadow beneath the trees, and I knew with absolute certainty that what I'd seen had been real. The question was, what was I going to do about it? That night I lay in my bed with every light in my room turned on. The heat was oppressive, even with the portable AC unit my dad had dragged up from storage. The room felt like a sauna, but I was determined to stay upstairs, to prove to myself and my parents that the basement incident had been an aberration. I must have dozed off around midnight, exhausted from a day of yard work and anxiety. I woke to the sound of Rusty barking. Our dog usually slept in the laundry room off the kitchen, and he rarely barked at night unless there was a good reason. But this wasn't his normal. I heard something bark. A few sharp woofs, and then silence. This was continuous, frantic, the kind of barking that said something was seriously wrong. I heard my father's footsteps in the hallway, heard him going downstairs. Rusty, quiet. The barking stopped, replaced by a low, continuous growl that was somehow more unsettling than the barking had been. I got out of bed and crept to my window, pressing my face against the screen to look down at the backyard. At first I saw nothing but shadows. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I spotted movement at the tree line. Something was there, just at the edge of the woods, too tall to be a coyote, too still to be a deer. It stood upright, or at least mostly upright. There was something wrong with its posture, like it was hunched or bent in a way that wasn't quite natural. As I watched, it took a step forward, moving into the slightly lighter darkness of our yard. Another step. It was coming toward the house. Rusty's growling grew louder, more desperate. I heard my father trying to calm him, heard the confusion in his voice. The figure stopped about halfway across the yard, right at the edge of where the porch light's glow reached. It stood there motionless, and even though I couldn't see its face from this angle, I knew it was looking up at the house. Looking up at me. "Dad," I called out, my voice cracking. "Dad, there's something in the yard." I heard him coming back up the stairs, heard him enter my room. "What are you?" He joined me at the window, and we both looked out. The yard was empty. "It was there," I insisted. "Right there, in the middle of the yard. I saw it." My father stared out the window for a long moment. "I don't see anything, son. It was there 30 seconds ago." He put his hand on my shoulder, but this time his grip was firmer, less comforting. "You need to stop this. You're working yourself into a state. There's nothing out there. You're seeing things because you're looking for them." "Then why was Rusty barking?" "Because you're anxious and he can sense it. Dogs pick up on that stuff. You're creating a feedback loop. You're scared, so he's on edge, which makes you more scared." "That's not enough." His voice was sharp now, the patience worn thin. "I've been out there. I've checked every inch of this property. There is nothing unusual happening. You had a nightmare, and now you're letting it control you. Tomorrow you're going to spend the day doing something productive. No TV, no video games, no sitting around thinking about this. Understood?" I nodded mutely, feeling frustration and fear warring inside me. He thought I was being irrational, hysterical even. And maybe I was, but I knew what I'd seen, both times. After he left, I stayed at the window for hours, watching the empty yard and the dark woods beyond. Nothing moved, nothing came, but I could feel it out there, watching the house, watching me, waiting. I tried to follow my father's instructions. Really, I did. The next day I volunteered to help with every chore I could think of, mowing the lawn, trimming hedges, cleaning out the garage. Physical labor in the summer heat, exhausting enough to make me too tired to think, too tired to worry. But working in the yard meant being close to those woods, and every time I glanced toward the tree line, I felt watched. There was never anything there, never any movement or sound, but the feeling persisted. It was like standing with your back to a mirror, knowing that if you turned around, you might see something reflected that shouldn't be there. Rusty wouldn't go past the patio. Every time I tried to call him further into the yard, he'd plant his feet and refuse to budge, his eyes fixed on the woods. He'd never been a skittish dog, but now he acted like the yard had become enemy territory. "He's picking up on your anxiety," my father said when I pointed this out. But I could tell it bothered him too, just a little. The dog's behavior was unusual. That evening, against my better judgment and my parents' wishes, I returned to the basement. I couldn't help it. Part of it was defiance, a teenager's natural resistance to being told what to do. But part of it was something else, something harder to explain. I needed to know if it would come back. I needed to confront whatever this was, to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. I set up my usual spot on the couch, but this time I positioned myself differently. I sat with my back to the wall where I could see both the TV and the window without having to turn my head. I kept the lights brighter than usual and had my phone in my hand, ready to take a picture if anything appeared. The movie I chose didn't matter. I wasn't really watching it. My attention was fixed on that window. on the darkness beyond the glass. Hours passed. 10 o'clock became 11, became midnight. My eyes burned from staring, and my body ached from sitting so tensely. Nothing happened. I started to relax around 1 a.m., my hypervigilance finally wearing off. Maybe my parents were right. Maybe I'd let fear and imagination run away with me. Maybe my parents were right. The scratching started. It wasn't loud at first, just a soft, rhythmic sound like fingernails dragging across wood. It came from the back door, the one that led from the basement directly into the backyard. My father had installed it years ago for convenience, though we rarely used it. Scratch, scratch, scratch. A pause, then again scratch, scratch, scratch. I sat frozen on the couch, every muscle rigid, my phone clutched so tightly in my hand that my knuckles went white. The scratching continued, patient and methodical, like whatever was out there had all the time in the world. It moved. The sound traveled down the door, getting lower, like the thing making it was squatting down, examining the door from top to bottom. I heard a soft thump, something testing the door's resistance. The doorknob rattled. My breath caught in my throat. The knob turned slightly, first one way, then the other, testing. The door was locked, thank God. The deadbolt was engaged, but watching that knob move of its own accord was one of the most terrifying things I'd ever experienced. The scratching resumed, moving from the door to the wall beside it. Long, slow drags of something sharp against the painted concrete. 4 parallel lines of sound like claws. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but sit there frozen. But my body wouldn't respond. I was locked in place, a prisoner of my own fear, watching that doorknob and listening to that horrible scratching. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the sound had been. I strained to hear anything, footsteps, breathing, movement, but there was nothing. Just the quiet hum of the TV and my own harsh breathing. Minutes passed, 5, then 10, then 15. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My eyes were locked on that door, waiting for the scratching to resume, for the doorknob to turn again. It didn't. Finally, when I couldn't stand it anymore, I crept toward the stairs. I moved slowly, quietly, terrified that any sound I made would bring the scratching back. Each step felt like it took an hour. When I reached the stairs, I took them 2 at a time, not caring any more about noise, just desperate to get away from that door and whatever had been on the other side of it. I didn't tell my parents this time. What was the point? They'd already decided I was imagining things, but I knew what I'd heard. And more importantly, I knew that whatever was out there was getting bolder. It wasn't content to just watch anymore. The next morning, I waited until my father left for work before going outside. I had to see the door myself, had to check if the scratching had left any marks. The back basement door was old, painted white years ago, the paint now yellowing and peeling in places. It faced north, protected from the worst of the sun, but exposed to the weather. I approached it slowly, my stomach tight with anticipation and dread. At first, I didn't see anything. The door looked exactly as it always had, old, weathered, but unmarked. Relief and disappointment warred inside me. Part of me had wanted proof, something to show my parents that I wasn't crazy. Then I looked lower, at the section of door just above the knob. There were marks. Not deep gouges, not the obvious claw marks I'd been expecting. But there were definitely marks. Thin, parallel lines in the paint, 4 of them spaced like fingers, or like claws. They were faint, barely visible, the kind of thing you'd miss if you weren't looking for them. I ran my fingers over them. The lines were rough, like something had scratched through the top layer of paint to the older paint beneath. My hand was shaking as I pulled out my phone and took pictures, multiple angles, trying to capture the marks clearly. The wall beside the door showed similar marks, though these were even fainter. I took pictures of those too. It was proof, not conclusive, maybe. My father would probably say they'd always been there, that I just hadn't noticed them before, but I knew better. I'd been past this door 1,000 times over the years. These marks were new. I was so focused on documenting the scratches that I almost missed the other sign. The grass beneath the basement window, the window where I'd seen that face, was disturbed. Not trampled exactly, but pressed down in a pattern that suggested something had stood there. And in the dry soil at the base of the foundation, right below the window, there was an impression. A footprint. My heart started racing as I knelt down to examine it. It wasn't a clear print, not like you'd see in mud, but the shape was there, elongated, narrow, with odd protrusions at what should have been the toes. It was unlike any shoe print I'd ever seen. I took more pictures, trying to capture it from different angles. The morning sun was getting stronger, and I knew the heat would erase whatever subtle details remained. I needed to document this now. "What are you doing?" I jerked upright, nearly dropping my phone. My mother stood on the patio, coffee mug in hand, watching me with a mixture of concern and suspicion. "There are marks," I said, gesturing to the door, "and a footprint. Here, under the window." She came down the steps slowly, her expression skeptical. I showed her the scratches on the door first, running my finger along the faint lines. "Honey, this door is ancient. There are marks all over it. These are new. Look at them. You can see where the top layer of paint has been scraped away." She examined the door, her frown deepening. "They could be from anything. The lawnmower hitting the door, a rake leaning against it, and the footprint." We moved to the window, and I pointed out the impression in the soil. She crouched down, studying it, and for a moment I thought she might actually believe me. "It's not a shoe print," she said finally. "The shape is wrong." "Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not a shoe print because it wasn't made by a person. Then what was it made by?" I didn't have an answer for that. What could I say? A monster. Some kind of creature that presses its face to windows and scratches at doors. It sounded insane even in my own head. My mother stood up, brushing dirt from her hands. "I think you've been spending too much time on this. Your father's right. You're working yourself into a state over nothing. These marks could be from anything, and that impression in the dirt is probably from the downspout overflowing during that storm last week. Mom, please." "No," her voice was firm. "This stops now. I don't know if you're doing this for attention or if you genuinely believe what you're saying, but either way, it's not healthy. You're seeing patterns where there are none. That's what anxiety does. It makes you find threats in everything." She put her hand on my shoulder, her expression softening. "I think you should talk to someone. Dr. Phillips has an opening next week. It might help to—" "I'm not crazy. No one's saying you're crazy, but stress and anxiety can make you see and hear things that aren't there. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Lots of people go through it." I wanted to argue, to make her understand, but I could see it was pointless. She'd already decided what was happening. To her, this was a mental health issue, not a real threat. And maybe from the outside looking in, that made sense. If someone had told me this story, I probably would have drawn the same conclusion. But I knew what I'd experienced. I knew what I'd seen and heard. And looking at those scratches on the door, at that strange impression in the soil, I knew I was right to be afraid. I stopped trying to convince my parents. It was clear they wouldn't believe me, and continued insistence was only making things worse. My mother had made an appointment with Dr. Phillips for the following Tuesday, and my father had started watching me with a mixture of concern and frustration that made me feel guilty despite knowing I hadn't done anything wrong. So I decided to handle it myself. I started researching, spending hours online looking for anything that might explain what I was experiencing. I searched for stories of similar encounters, for reports of strange creatures in our area, for any scrap of information that might help me understand what I was dealing with. What I found was both comforting and terrifying. There were stories, lots of them, people reporting strange howling in the woods, encounters with something that looked almost human but wrong in ways they couldn't quite articulate. Faces at windows, scratching at doors. The details varied, but the core elements were disturbingly similar to my own experiences. Most of the accounts came from rural areas, places where houses backed up to forests or open land. The encounters always happened at night. The creatures, if that's what they were, seemed drawn to light, to windows, to the boundaries between wild spaces and human habitation. But I found no explanations. No one seemed to know what these things were or where they came from. The stories just ended with the witnesses either being dismissed as crazy or the experiences simply stopping as mysteriously as they'd started. I made a decision. I would document everything. I would set up my phone to record through the night, positioned to capture both the window and the back door. If the creature returned, I'd have proof, video evidence that even my parents couldn't dismiss. That evening, I returned to the basement with my phone fully charged and set to record. I positioned it on the bookshelf, angled to capture the maximum area, and started the video. Then I settled onto the couch to wait. The hours passed slowly. I kept the TV on but muted, just for the light. The basement felt different now, charged with anticipation and fear. Every sound made me tense. Every shadow seemed to hold potential threat. Midnight came and went, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. At 2:17 a.m., according to the timestamp on the video I'd later review, Rusty started barking upstairs. Not the frantic barking from before, but low warning barks that raised the hair on my arms. Then I heard it, the soft scrape of something moving outside the window. My eyes locked on the curtain. In the peripheral glow from the TV, I could see the fabric moving slightly, as if disturbed by breath on the other side of the glass. A shadow fell across the curtain, the outline of a head, tilted at that same unnatural angle I remembered from before. I sat perfectly still, my heart hammering, knowing that my phone was recording everything. The shadow remained, motionless, for what felt like an eternity. Then it moved closer, and I could see the impression of features through the thin fabric, the elongated shape of the head, the hollow eyes, that terrible mouth. It was studying the window, I realized, looking for a way in. Then, so slowly I almost missed it, I saw the window frame begin to flex. It was pushing, testing the window's resistance. The old lock creaked slightly under the pressure. That broke my paralysis. I shot up from the couch, and the shadow immediately pulled back from the window. I heard a soft thump, feet hitting the ground, and then rapid movement around the side of the house. I ran to the window and yanked the curtain aside, pressing my face to the glass. I could see something moving away from the house, a dark shape that seemed to flow rather than walk, heading toward the tree line with impossible speed. Then it stopped. Right at the edge of the woods, it stopped and turned back to look at the house. Even from this distance, even in the darkness, I could feel its gaze. We stared at each other across the expanse of the yard, predator and prey, and I understood something in that moment. This wasn't random. It wasn't just a creature wandering through the woods who happened to notice our house. It had chosen us, chosen me, and it wasn't going to stop until it found a way in. The creature faded into the trees, and I was left standing at the window, shaking, my breath fogging the glass. I went to my phone and stopped the recording. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely hit the button, but I had it. I had proof. I barely slept that night, even after retreating upstairs with my phone clutched in my hand like a talisman. I kept checking the video to make sure it was real, that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. The footage was grainy, the basement lighting hadn't been ideal, but it was there. The shadow at the window, the clear outline of something not human, the movement of the window frame under pressure. The next morning, I showed my parents the video. We sat at the kitchen table, the three of us crowded around my phone. I watched their faces as they watched the footage, looking for any sign of belief, of understanding. The video played through in silence. When it ended, my father sat back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "Well," I asked, "do you believe me now?" My father rubbed his face with both hands. "I see a shadow, could be anything casting it, a branch, a tarp blowing in the wind. You can see the shape, you can see it's not a branch." "I see a blur that could be interpreted as a shape," he said carefully. "The video quality isn't good enough to draw any conclusions." "What about the window moving? You can hear it creaking." "Old windows creak, especially in the heat and humidity. The house settles." I turned to my mother, desperate. "Mom?" She looked troubled, but her answer was the same. "Sweetheart, I know you believe you saw something, and I'm not saying you're lying, but this video doesn't show what you think it shows. Our minds fill in gaps, make patterns where there aren't any. That's why eyewitness testimony is so unreliable." I felt my hopes crumbling. Even with evidence, they wouldn't believe. Or maybe they couldn't believe. Maybe accepting what I was showing them was too far outside their worldview, too threatening to their sense of reality. "I know what I saw," I said quietly. "Then we'll get you help," my mother replied gently. "Dr. Phillips is excellent. He's helped a lot of people with anxiety, and I'm not anxious, I'm scared. There's a difference." "The appointment is Tuesday," my father said, his tone brooking no argument. "Until then, you're sleeping upstairs. The basement is off limits." "Fine," I said, pushing back from the table. What else could I say? They'd made up their minds. I spent the rest of the weekend upstairs, but I kept watch from my window. During the day, the yard and woods looked normal, peaceful even. Birds sang in the trees, squirrels chased each other across the lawn. The world continued as if nothing was wrong. But at night, the howling returned. And now I could hear other things too, movement in the woods, the crack of branches, sounds that suggested something large pacing back and forth just beyond the tree line. Rusty had stopped sleeping in the laundry room. Now he insisted on sleeping in the upstairs hallway, positioning himself between my room and the stairs, as if standing guard. On Monday night, I made a decision. I couldn't live like this, trapped in fear, waiting for whatever was out there to find a way in. I couldn't convince my parents to take action, so I would have to do it myself. I waited until the house was quiet, until I was sure my parents were asleep. Then I crept downstairs, grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen, and went to the back door. I was going into those woods. I was going to find where this thing came from, what it was, and maybe if I was very lucky, how to make it leave us alone. My hand was on the doorknob when a voice stopped me. "Don't!" I turned to find my father standing in the kitchen doorway, backlit by the hall light. He was in his pajamas, his hair disheveled, but his expression was serious. "I know what you're planning," he continued, walking into the room, "and I'm telling you, don't do it. I have to do something." "No, you don't, because there's nothing out there to confront." "Son, listen to me. I know you believe what you're saying, but going out there in the middle of the night, working yourself up even more, it's only going to make things worse." I stared at him, and something in his expression made me pause. There was something he wasn't saying, some knowledge behind his eyes that he was keeping from me. "You've heard it too, haven't you?" I said slowly. "The howling. You've heard it." He hesitated, and in that hesitation I had my answer. "It's just coyotes," he said finally, but his voice lacked conviction. "You're lying. You know something's wrong. You know I'm not making this up." "What I know," he said firmly, "is that people see and hear things in the dark that seem threatening but aren't. I know that our minds are wired to find patterns and threats, even when they're not there. And I know that going out into those woods at night is dangerous, regardless of what you think you're going to find. So you'd rather just pretend nothing's happening? I'd rather keep my son safe, which means keeping you inside this house where you're protected." Protected. The word echoed in my mind. Protected from what, if there was nothing out there? We stood in silence, the kitchen clock ticking loudly between us. Finally, my father crossed the room and gently took the flashlight from my hand. "Go back to bed," he said quietly. "We'll talk more in the morning. After you see Dr. Phillips, maybe we can figure this out together." I nodded, defeated, and turned to go upstairs. But as I passed him, he put a hand on my shoulder, stopping me. "Lock your door tonight," he said, so quietly I almost missed it. "And keep it locked." I looked at him sharply, but his expression had closed off again, neutral and parental. "Dad, if you know something." "Good night, son." I went upstairs, my mind racing. My father knew something. Maybe he didn't fully understand what was happening, but he knew it wasn't just in my head. That had to be why he'd told me to lock my door. I did as he instructed, locking my bedroom door and pushing my desk chair under the handle for good measure. Then I sat on my bed and waited, watching the window, the door, listening to every creak and whisper of the old house. The howling came around 2:30 a.m., just like always, but this time it was different. This time there were two voices answering each other across the darkness, one from deep in the woods and one closer, much closer, right at the edge of our yard. And this time, instead of rising and falling, the howls maintained the same pitch, the same tone, for an impossibly long duration, almost like they were communicating, passing information back and forth in a language made of sustained, mournful notes. I sat on my bed, knees pulled to my chest, and watched the sky slowly lighten outside my window. Watched the shadows retreat and the familiar world reassert itself with the dawn. But I knew, as surely as I knew my own name, that the familiar world was an illusion. There were things in those woods, ancient things, wrong things, that didn't follow the rules we'd constructed to make ourselves feel safe. And one of those things had decided it wanted to get closer to humanity. It had chosen our house, our family, as the boundary it intended to cross. The question that kept me awake until sunrise wasn't whether it would find a way in. The question was, when? The howling continued for 3 more weeks after that night. Then, as mysteriously as it had begun, it stopped. We never saw the creature again, never found any more evidence of its presence. Life returned to normal, or as normal as it could be after everything that had happened. My parents never spoke of it again. Dr. Phillips prescribed me medication for anxiety, which I took to keep the peace but which didn't change what I knew to be true. We moved away 2 years later, my father citing job opportunities downstate. But I knew the real reason. Sometimes, late at night in that house, we'd all hear sounds we couldn't explain. Sounds that suggested something was testing the boundaries, looking for weaknesses, patient in a way that only something that wasn't truly alive could be. I'm 26 now, living in the city, far from any woods, but sometimes, on hot summer nights when I can't sleep, I find myself at the window, looking out into the darkness between buildings. And I wonder if it's still out there, that thing from the woods, if it ever found its way in, or if it moved on to another house, another family, another window to press its terrible face against. I wonder, and I make sure every lock is secure before I try to sleep. The house looked different that evening. It felt different. My sister Vanessa and I had spent the day in town, escaping the oppressive heat and boredom of our isolated corner of the world. By the time we returned, the sun had dipped below the treetops and long shadows stretched like fingers, wrapping the old house in a shroud of darkness. Something about the stillness made me hesitate as I reached for the door handle. "Do you think Mom's okay?" Vanessa whispered, staring at the darkened house. The lights were off, even though Mom should have been home for hours. "Of course," I replied, but even I didn't believe my words. I pushed the door open, and a blast of cold air hit me, raising goosebumps along my arms. Inside, it was dark, too dark. The kind of dark that makes you second-guess every step, that makes your eyes play tricks on you as they struggle to adjust. I flipped the switch, but nothing happened. The power was out. The air felt heavy, as if the house itself was holding something back, concealing secrets in every corner. A faint smell lingered, something metallic and wrong that I couldn't quite place. It wasn't the usual mustiness of our old farmhouse. This was different, newer, more disturbing. "Mom," I called, my voice swallowed by the silence. Vanessa stayed close, her phone light cutting through the darkness. The beam swept over picture frames and furniture, which seemed oddly out of place, as if they had shifted while we were gone. The coffee table was pushed several feet from its usual spot. A chair lay on its side. The throw rug was bunched up against the wall, as if something had been dragged across the floor. "Mom, are you here?" Vanessa called, louder this time, her voice cracking with worry. Still nothing. The silence was deafening, pressing against my eardrums, until I could hear my own pulse thundering in my head. The hairs on my neck stood on end, a primal warning that something was fundamentally wrong with this picture. I moved deeper into the house, my footsteps echoing on the hardwood floor. Each creak seemed amplified in the quiet, announcing our presence to whatever might be waiting in the shadows. Vanessa's phone light bounced erratically as her hands trembled, casting bizarre shadows that danced across the walls like grotesque puppets. The living room was in disarray. Books had been swept from the shelves, their pages scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. The curtains hung at odd angles, one rod completely torn from the wall. Deep scratches marred the paint on the doorframe leading to the kitchen, long parallel gouges that looked like they'd been made by something with claws. "What happened here?" Vanessa breathed, her voice barely a whisper. I had no answer. My mind raced through possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. A break-in, an animal somehow getting inside, but none of those explanations felt right. The damage was too specific, too deliberate, and where was Mom? Then we heard it, a voice, distant and muffled, coming from outside. "Is that?" Vanessa turned toward the back door, her eyes wide with a mixture of hope and fear. It was Mom, or at least it sounded like her. But something was wrong. The words were garbled, as if she was speaking underwater or as if her mouth was full of something. The rhythm was off too slow, with strange pauses between syllables that no human voice should have. Without thinking, we moved toward the sound, drawn by the desperate need to find her, to know she was safe. I pushed open the back door and stepped into the night. The woods loomed before us, a black wall of trees swallowing the last of the daylight. Mom's voice drifted through the branches, a strange sing-song quality to it now, like she was calling us deeper into the darkness. I hesitated at the edge of the trees, my hand gripping the doorframe so hard my knuckles turned white. Dad had always warned us about the deep woods, about getting lost out there, especially at night. The forest behind our house was dense, sprawling for miles in every direction. People had disappeared in those woods before, hunters who'd wandered too far, hikers who'd strayed from marked trails. Some were found days later, confused and dehydrated. Others were never found at all. But this was Mom. She needed us. Vanessa didn't wait. She switched on her phone light and stepped forward, her feet crunching on dead leaves. I followed, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break through my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to call for help, to do anything but follow that voice into the darkness. The deeper we went, the stranger it became. The air grew colder with each step, despite the summer heat we'd left behind. The trees twisted in unnatural ways, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers reaching for something they could never grasp. The shadows shifted constantly, playing tricks on my peripheral vision. I could have sworn I saw shapes darting between the trunks, just beyond the reach of our light, tall, impossibly thin figures that vanished when I tried to look directly at them. "Mom," I called, my voice cracking. The sound was swallowed by the darkness, absorbed by the thick canopy above us. No echo returned. It was as if the forest had consumed my voice entirely. The ground beneath our feet became uneven, covered with roots that seemed to reach up and grab at our ankles. Vanessa stumbled, and I caught her arm, steadying her. Her phone light wavered, and for a moment we were plunged into complete darkness. The battery was dying. "We need to go back," I said, finally finding my voice. "This isn't right. We need to call the police." But Vanessa shook her head, her jaw set with determination. "We can't leave her out here." Then we heard it, a scream. High-pitched, terrified, unmistakably Mom's. It echoed through the woods, bouncing off the trees until I couldn't tell where it had come from. The sound cut through me like a knife. Pure terror and agony rolled into one horrible wail. "We have to go," Vanessa said, but now panic had replaced her earlier determination. She started running, her flashlight bouncing wildly, creating a disorienting strobe effect that made the trees seem to move. I ran after her, branches whipping against my face, leaving stinging cuts across my cheeks. The ground uneven beneath my feet threatened to send me sprawling with every step. The woods seemed to close in around us, the trees growing thicker, their trunks like bars in a cage designed specifically to trap us. My lungs burned as I gasped for air. The cold had intensified, turning each breath into a painful reminder of how deep into the woods we'd gone. Ice crystals formed on the trees despite the summer season, glittering in the dying light of Vanessa's phone. Frost crunched beneath our feet where there should have been only dry leaves and dirt. Then we saw it. A clearing opened up ahead, and there in the center stood something that defied all logic, all understanding of the natural world. It was tall, at least 8 feet. Its body a twisted amalgamation of wrong proportions and impossible angles. The thing's head was vaguely skull-like, but elongated and warped, as if someone had stretched human bone like clay. Strips of what might have been flesh hung in ragged ribbons from its frame, exposing yellowed bone beneath. The eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with an unnatural red light that seemed to pulse with malevolent intelligence. They fixed on us with an intensity that made my skin crawl, as if they could see not just our bodies but something deeper, something essential about who we were. The sockets were too large, too deep, boring into us like physical weight. The body was a grotesque mix of bones and rotting tissue, its limbs twisted at angles that shouldn't exist, arms bent backward at the elbows, legs jointed in 3 places instead of 2. Fingers, too many fingers, extended from hands that were more claw than human appendage. The whole thing moved with a jerking, spasmodic motion, as if it was fighting against its own form with every movement. And the smell. God, the smell. It was death and decay, rot and corruption, so thick I could taste it coating the back of my throat. The stench of meat left too long in summer heat, of things that should be buried but aren't, of biological processes gone horribly, irreversibly wrong. My stomach heaved, and I fought down the urge to vomit. The creature turned its head toward us with a grinding sound, like bones scraping against each other. The empty sockets locked onto mine, and I felt my entire body freeze. It grinned, an expression so wrong on that face that my mind struggled to process it. Yellow fangs, too sharp and too numerous, glinted in the faint light as its mouth stretched impossibly wide. It took a step forward, and reality seemed to shimmer around it. The body shifted, dissolving into shadow, becoming less solid with each movement. The red eyes remained, floating in the darkness like burning coals. The grin grew wider, more sinister, stretching beyond where any mouth should end. "Run," I screamed, grabbing Vanessa's arm. We turned and ran. The world blurred around us, becoming a nightmare landscape of grasping branches and hidden obstacles. Every tree looked the same. Every direction seemed both right and wrong simultaneously. Branches tore at our clothes, leaving scratches that burned. Roots grabbed at our feet like fingers reaching up from graves. Behind us, I could hear it, the heavy thud of footsteps that sounded wrong, too many impacts for two legs, keeping pace with us no matter how fast we ran. The rustling of leaves was everywhere, surrounding us, echoing from all directions at once. That low guttural growl seemed to echo inside my head, bypassing my ears entirely to resonate in my skull. The deep woods were alive, whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand, but that filled me with existential dread. And I knew without a doubt that we weren't supposed to be there, that we had violated some fundamental rule simply by entering this place. My lungs screamed for air. My legs felt like lead, each step requiring more effort than the last. Vanessa stumbled, and I hauled her up, practically dragging her forward. We couldn't stop. Stopping meant death, or worse. Something told me there were fates worse than death waiting in those woods. The lights of the house came into view, flickering through the trees like a beacon. I pushed myself harder, finding reserves of energy I didn't know I had. My legs ached, my chest burned, sweat poured down my face despite the unnatural cold. We stumbled out of the woods onto the back lawn, and I slammed the door shut behind us with enough force to rattle the frame. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock. For a moment there was silence, just the sound of our ragged breathing, the pounding of my heart threatening to break free from my chest. But as I looked at Vanessa, saw the terror etched into every line of her face, I knew this wasn't over. Whatever was out there, whatever had lured us into the deep woods with our mother's voice, it wasn't done with us yet. Not by a long shot. The door was shut behind us, but the cold grip of fear still clung to my skin like a second layer. Vanessa and I stood in the darkness of our kitchen, panting, trying to catch our breath. My fingers trembled against the wooden frame, and I could barely make out Vanessa's wide-eyed expression in the dim light filtering through the window. The house was dark, and it wasn't just because the lights were off. It felt darker, as if the shadows themselves had substance, had weight, had intention. They seemed to pulse and writhe in the corners of my vision, never quite still when I tried to look directly at them. "Is it gone?" Vanessa whispered, her voice barely audible over our heavy breathing. She took a shaky step closer to me, her phone light flickering across the room. The battery was almost dead, the light growing dimmer with each passing second. Soon we'd be in complete darkness. "I don't know." I tried to keep my voice steady, but the words wavered despite my best efforts. I glanced around, my eyes slowly adjusting to the darkness. The flashlight cast long, twisting shadows that seemed to move independently, creating the illusion of movement where there should be none. The air was too still, too cold for a summer night. Something was wrong. More than just the power being out, more than the thing that had chased us. It was like the house itself had changed while we were gone, had been infected by whatever evil lurked in those woods. We moved cautiously, my hand reaching for the countertop as I tried to find some semblance of balance. My legs were still shaking from our run, my muscles trembling with exhaustion and fear. Then we noticed the tracks, dark muddy prints smeared across the floor, creating a trail that told a story I didn't want to read. My stomach twisted into a knot, dread pooling in my gut like ice water. They weren't human footprints, they were large, easily twice the size of my own feet, with what looked like claw marks at the end of each toe. The prints were deep, pressed into the linoleum with enough force to leave permanent indentations. Whatever had made them was heavy, substantial, terrifyingly real. The tracks led from the front door to the kitchen, creating a deliberate path through our home. They didn't waver or hesitate. They moved with purpose, as if whatever made them knew exactly where it was going. The prints faded away as they neared the back hallway, not because the thing had left, but because the mud had worn off its feet as it walked. Vanessa and I exchanged a glance. I could see the fear in her eyes, saw my own terror reflected back at me. "What do we do?" Vanessa whispered, her voice trembling so badly I almost couldn't make out the words. My mind raced, but I didn't have an answer. Part of me wanted to run back outside, to get in the car and drive until we ran out of gas. But another part, the part that had been raised in this house, that knew every creak and corner, couldn't leave. Not without knowing what had happened to Mom. Not without at least trying to understand. "Let's just see if Mom's here," I said, though my gut told me that wasn't what we were going to find. Something had changed in her voice when it had called to us from the woods. Something fundamental and wrong that made my skin crawl just remembering it. We moved slowly, the light from Vanessa's phone bobbing and casting flickering shadows across the walls. The batteries were failing faster now, the light growing dimmer with each passing second. Soon we'd be navigating by touch alone, blind in our own home. The scraping sound came first, a rhythmic dragging sound that made my skin crawl and my teeth clench. It was coming from the kitchen, just ahead of us. The sound was methodical, repetitive, but with occasional stops and stutters that made it seem almost mechanical. My throat tightened, and I felt Vanessa's hand grip my arm, her nails digging in hard enough to leave marks. We inched forward, every muscle in my body tensed and ready to run. The sight that met us in the dim glow of the flashlight made my breath catch in my throat, made my mind struggle to process what my eyes were seeing. Mom was there, standing at the center of the kitchen, her back to us. She was pushing a mop back and forth across the floor, but the motion was wrong in ways I couldn't immediately articulate. It was jerky, like a puppet on strings, like someone who'd forgotten how humans move and was trying to remember from a poorly written instruction manual. The mop scraped uselessly against the already clean floor, accomplishing nothing, serving no purpose except to continue the motion. Her head hung at an odd angle, tilted too far to one side as if her neck had been broken. Her shoulders were hunched in a way that made her spine curve unnaturally. Her whole body trembled slightly with each movement, small spasms running through her frame that had nothing to do with exertion. She was humming something, a tune I didn't recognize, in a pitch that was just slightly off from any note a human should be able to produce. The sound grated against my ears, making my molars ache. "Mom?" I managed, my voice cracking and barely above a whisper. She paused. The mop stopped mid-scrape, held suspended in the air. Her head lifted slightly, but she didn't turn around. The air grew colder, so cold I could see my breath misting in front of me. A chill settled into my bones that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the wrongness radiating from the figure in front of us. Slowly, so slowly it seemed to take an eternity, she turned her head. Her neck twisted unnaturally, rotating far beyond what human anatomy should allow. The bones in her neck made small cracking sounds with each degree of rotation, until her face was halfway toward us, her body still facing away. The angle was impossible, the position something that should have left her paralyzed or dead. Her eyes, once warm and full of life, the eyes that had comforted me through nightmares and celebrated my victories, were now hollow, dark, like two empty pits drilled into her skull. They didn't reflect light the way living eyes should. They absorbed it, pulling it in like twin black holes. There was nothing behind them, no recognition, no consciousness, just void. Her mouth stretched into a smile that didn't reach those dead eyes. Her lips pulled back to reveal crooked yellow teeth, stained and wrong. The smile was too wide, stretching the skin of her face taut, until I thought it might tear. It was the smile of something that had seen humans smile, and was trying to imitate the expression without understanding its meaning. "Your father," she said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion, completely monotone. "He's gone." The words hung in the air, a statement with no explanation, no feeling, delivered with the same inflection someone might use to comment on the weather. The voice came from Mom's mouth, but it wasn't her voice. It was too deep, with strange harmonics that sounded like multiple voices speaking in unison. Vanessa whimpered beside me, and I could feel her starting to shake, her whole body trembling against mine. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, my throat so tight I could barely force the words out. Mom's head turned a little more, her neck crackling and popping with the movement. Her body still faced away from us, creating a grotesque tableau that violated everything I knew about human anatomy. The smile didn't falter, didn't change, remained fixed like a mask. Her empty gaze was fixed on something far away, something I couldn't see but that seemed to hold her complete attention. "He left us. He's not coming back," she said, her tone almost cheerful now, like she was sharing something trivial, like she was commenting on what we'd had for breakfast. The mop resumed its scraping, that horrible rhythmic sound filling the kitchen. Her body shifted back into that unnatural rhythm, resuming the pointless motion. But now her head remained turned toward us, watching us with those dead eyes, even as her body faced away and continued its mechanical task. I grabbed Vanessa's hand and pulled her backward, moving as quickly as I dared without making sudden movements. I could feel her trembling, her breath coming in short, panicked bursts that bordered on hyperventilation. "We need to go," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady, even as my own panic threatened to overwhelm me. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew that wasn't our mother. Not anymore. Something else was wearing her like a suit, puppeting her body, using her voice to say things she would never say. We backed out of the kitchen, moving as quickly and quietly as we could. I could hear the scraping behind us, steady, unchanging, mechanical, as if she hadn't noticed we were leaving, or as if she was letting us go for now, confident that we couldn't escape. We made it to the stairs, and I pushed Vanessa ahead of me, urging her up with gentle pressure on her back. The wood creaked beneath our feet, each sound echoing through the silent house like gunshots. Each sound announced our position, our intent, our fear. My heart pounded in my chest, fear clawing at my insides like a living thing trying to escape. Halfway up, the scraping stopped. Silence, the kind that made your skin prickle, made you hold your breath, made every hair on your body stand at attention. The silence of a predator preparing to strike. Then came the footsteps, heavy, deliberate, wrong. They echoed up the hallway with too many impacts, as if the thing walking had more than two legs. The sound of something dragging behind, something heavy being pulled across the floor. Vanessa looked back at me, her eyes wide with terror, her face drained of all color. I knew we had to move faster. We reached the top of the stairs and I turned, catching a glimpse of the kitchen below. For a moment I saw her, her head tilted back at that impossible angle, her eyes staring up at me, glowing faintly in the darkness with their own internal light. Her lips curled back, revealing not just teeth but something else, something that shouldn't be in a human mouth. She let out a low guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the walls, through the floor, through my very bones. The sound was layered, multiple voices growling in harmony, a choir of malevolence that made my bladder clench and my legs go weak. I shoved Vanessa into my room and slammed the door shut behind us with all my strength. The pounding came almost instantly, hard, relentless, violent enough to send shudders through the entire door frame. The sound of wood splintering, of something impossibly strong trying to break through. I could hear her voice now, but it wasn't hers anymore. It was filled with rage, with hunger, snarling and demanding we let her in. Words in no language I recognized, guttural and harsh, punctuated by that horrible growling. The door shook under the force of each impact, the wood actually bowing inward with each strike. The frame cracked, splinters flying inward with each hit. Long gouges appeared in the wood, 4 parallel scratches that looked exactly like the marks we'd seen on the doorframe downstairs. I grabbed my dresser and pushed it against the door, Vanessa helping despite her trembling. We piled everything we could find against it. My desk, my bookshelf, chairs, anything that might buy us a few more seconds. But I could see the door bending, could see the metal hinges starting to pull free from the frame. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know how this nightmare had started or how it would end. But as I looked at Vanessa, saw the pure terror in her 17-year-old eyes, I knew we couldn't stay here. Whatever was pretending to be our mother, it wanted us, and it wouldn't stop until it had us. "Out the window," I said, my voice trembling but determined. We had to escape before it was too late. The cold night air hit us as we climbed out the window, a shocking contrast to the suffocating atmosphere inside. The lattice swayed beneath our weight, creaking ominously with each movement. My fingers gripped the vine-covered wood so tightly I could feel splinters digging into my palms. I glanced down at Vanessa. She was moving quickly, her eyes wide, her breath coming in shallow gasps. I couldn't blame her. My own chest felt like it was going to explode from the fear that had wrapped itself around me like a constricting snake. Behind us, I could still hear that thing throwing itself against my bedroom door. The sounds of wood splintering grew louder, more urgent. We were running out of time. I kept my eyes on Vanessa, urging her down with whispered encouragement. The lattice groaned under my weight as I followed her descent. The wind howled through the trees, shaking the leaves with a violence that seemed supernatural. Somewhere in the distance I heard it, that low guttural growl echoing through the night, coming not from the house but from the woods. It sent terror racing through every nerve ending, and I pushed myself to move faster. We needed to get to the car, get out of here before whatever was inside that house came after us, or before whatever was in the woods found us again. Vanessa reached the ground first, her shoes landing with a soft thud in the grass. I followed, my feet slipping for a moment on the dewy vegetation before I caught myself. I glanced back up at the window, half expecting to see that monstrous face staring down at us, that grotesque smile watching our escape. It was empty, dark. The door was still holding, but I could see movement in the shadows behind it. I didn't let myself dwell on it for too long. I grabbed Vanessa's hand, and we ran. Our feet pounded across the lawn toward the driveway, leaving impressions in the soft grass. The car was there, parked where I had left it earlier, looking normal and mundane in a world that had become anything but. I fumbled for the keys in my pocket, my fingers trembling so badly I almost dropped them. The metal felt foreign in my shaking hands. Vanessa was already at the passenger door, her hand on the handle, her eyes darting back toward the house with terrified frequency. She looked at me, her expression desperate, pleading. "Hurry," she urged, her voice low and tight with fear. I finally got the key into the lock, yanked the door open, and we both climbed in. The familiar smell of the car's interior was oddly comforting, a reminder of normalcy in this nightmare. I twisted the key in the ignition. The car roared to life, the engine sound breaking the oppressive silence of the night. The headlights flickered on, illuminating the driveway and the figure standing in front of us. It was Mom, or at least it looked like her. She stood in the center of the driveway, blocking our path, her head tilted at that unnatural angle we'd seen inside. Her arms hung limply at her sides, swaying slightly in the breeze like pendulums. Her hollow eyes were fixed on us, tracking us through the windshield with disturbing precision. Her mouth opened slowly, her lips parting as if she was trying to speak, but no sound came out, just that black void where her voice should be. My heart clenched, every instinct warring inside me. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. For a moment I hesitated. That was my mother standing there, the woman who had raised me, who had bandaged my scraped knees and taught me to ride a bike, the woman who had stayed up with me during thunderstorms and cheered at every school play. I could feel Vanessa's eyes on me, her breath hitching in her throat. "What are you waiting for?" she asked, her voice cracking with hysteria. "That's not Mom. You have to go. That thing isn't her anymore." She was right. Deep down I knew it. Whatever was standing in front of us wore Mom's body like a costume, but there was nothing of her left inside. I took a deep breath, pressing my foot down on the gas pedal. The car lurched forward with a squeal of tires. The figure in front of us moved, almost gliding out of the way with impossible grace, her feet not quite touching the ground. Her head snapped toward us as we passed, rotating a full 180 degrees. Her mouth twisted into that horrible grin, a toothy grimace that stretched too far across her face, literally ear to ear, splitting her cheeks. I heard Vanessa let out a choked sob beside me, and I pressed the gas harder. The tires spun in the gravel as we sped away from the house, throwing stones against the undercarriage with sharp pinging sounds. In the rearview mirror, I could see the figure standing in the driveway, perfectly still now, watching us go. Even at this distance, I could see those eyes glowing in the darkness. The road stretched out before us, winding through the darkness like a snake. The headlights illuminated only a few feet ahead, the tunnel of light seeming inadequate against the pressing darkness on all sides. My hands were trembling on the steering wheel, my heart still pounding in my ears like a war drum. Vanessa was silent beside me, her eyes fixed on the road, her face pale as paper in the dashboard lights. I glanced at her, trying to find the right words. But what could I say? Nothing about this was okay. Nothing about this made sense. Our mother was gone, replaced by something that wore her skin. Our home was violated, invaded by forces I couldn't begin to understand. And somewhere out there in the darkness, something was hunting us. The car's headlights caught movement up ahead, a flash of something dark darting across the road, something large and fast. I slammed on the brakes without thinking. The tires screeched in protest as we skidded to a stop, the anti-lock brakes pulsing beneath my foot. We stopped mere inches from whatever had crossed our path. For a moment, everything was silent except for the tick of the cooling engine. I held my breath, my eyes scanning the darkness on either side of the road, looking for any sign of what we'd almost hit. Vanessa let out a soft whimper, her hand gripping the edge of her seat so hard I thought she might tear the upholstery. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the idle of the engine. I shook my head, my eyes darting back and forth, searching for any sign of movement. The woods were thick here, the trees pressing in close to the road on both sides. The shadows were deep, impenetrable, hiding God knows what. I could feel something watching us from the darkness, studying us with malevolent intelligence. Then there it was again, a shadow shifting between the trees, a flash of those red eyes reflecting our headlights. I felt a wave of terror wash over me, my breath catching in my throat. It was following us. Whatever it was, whatever had come for us in the woods behind our house, it wasn't done yet. It had tracked us somehow, followed us along roads it shouldn't know, pursuing us with single-minded determination. I pressed the gas again, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. The car jerked forward, tires finding purchase on the asphalt. I drove faster this time, my eyes locked on the road ahead, my peripheral vision filled with writhing shadows. I didn't know where we were going, just away, away from the house, away from the thing that had taken our mother, away from the horror that had invaded our lives. The road twisted and turned, each curve seemingly sharper than the last. The trees pressed in on either side, their branches like claws reaching for us, scraping against the sides of the car with sounds like fingernails on a chalkboard. Vanessa was rigid in her seat, her eyes wide, her body tense as a bowstring. I could still hear that growl in my head, still see the way those eyes had glowed in the darkness, imprinted on my retinas like afterimages. We had to get away. But as I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw them, those red eyes glowing in the darkness behind us, keeping pace with the car despite our speed. Relentless, inevitable. And I knew deep down that we couldn't run forever. Whatever this thing was, it had marked us, chosen us, and it would follow us to the ends of the earth if necessary. The speedometer climbed higher, 50, 60, 70 miles per hour on roads meant for 35. The car shook with the speed, bouncing over imperfections in the asphalt. Vanessa braced herself against the dashboard, her knuckles white. "It's still there," she said, her voice hollow with despair. "It's still following us." I knew. I could see it in the mirror, those burning red coals that never blinked, never wavered, never fell behind, no matter how fast we went. The thing didn't seem to be running. It was just there, always the same distance back, as if our speed meant nothing to it. We drove until the road seemed to stretch into oblivion, until the headlights began to blur in my tired eyes and my arms ached from gripping the steering wheel. The world outside the car was an endless black that pressed in on us from all sides, trying to smother us. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the rhythmic thud of my own heartbeat, an endless pulse that seemed to synchronize with the tension building inside the car. Vanessa hadn't said a word since her last observation about our pursuer. Her hands were clenched in her lap so tightly her fingernails had drawn blood from her palms, leaving dark crescents in her skin. After what felt like hours of driving, I finally pulled off onto a narrow gravel road that led to a small clearing. The car rolled to a stop and I killed the engine, plunging us into darkness, broken only by the faint glow of the dashboard clock. Silence swallowed us whole. For a moment I just sat there, staring at the steering wheel, trying to catch my breath and slow my racing heart. My entire body ached with exhaustion and terror. Vanessa finally looked over at me, her face pale, her eyes haunted by what we'd seen and experienced. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, cracking on the last word. There was a tremor there, a fear that mirrored my own, amplified by the uncertainty of our situation. I swallowed hard, looking out into the blackness of the forest that surrounded us. The trees stood tall and unmoving, their branches like skeletal arms reaching up to the sky, as if trying to escape the earth below. The moon was nowhere to be seen, hidden behind thick clouds that promised rain. "We wait," I said, my voice sounding hollow and unconvincing even to me. "We wait for dawn, then we drive to the nearest town and find help." I didn't know what else to say. We were lost, not just in the physical sense, but in every possible way. Our home was gone, invaded and corrupted by forces beyond our understanding. Our mother, whatever had happened to her, was gone, replaced by something that wore her face like a mask, and the only thing I knew for sure was that we couldn't go back. There was nothing to go back to. Vanessa nodded slowly, her eyes shifting back to the windshield, staring out at the darkness that seemed to pulse with hidden life. "You think it's still out there?" she asked after a long moment, her voice trembling with barely controlled fear. I didn't have to ask what she meant. I nodded slowly, my throat tightening with the admission. "Yeah," I said, the word coming out rough and harsh. "It's out there." The words felt heavy, like admitting it made it more real, gave it more power over us. I could still see those eyes, those red glowing eyes watching us from the shadows, studying us like prey. It had followed us for miles through turns it couldn't possibly have anticipated, at speeds nothing on foot should have maintained. It knew where we were, and I was certain it wouldn't stop, not until it got what it wanted, whatever that was. I reached over, taking Vanessa's hand in mine. Her fingers were cold, her grip tight enough to hurt, desperate for human contact in a world that had become inhumanly terrifying. "We'll figure this out," I said, though I didn't know if I believed it myself. "When the sun comes up, we'll find help. Police, park rangers, someone who can help us understand what's happening." The fear in her eyes was mirrored in my own, and I knew we were running out of time. Whatever this thing was, whatever had invaded our home and our lives, it was getting closer. The forest was quiet, too quiet. There was no rustling of leaves, no distant calls of night birds, no chittering of insects, just silence pressing in on us, suffocating in its completeness. The natural symphony of the forest was absent, as if every living thing had fled or been silenced. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of movement, any hint that we weren't alone, but there was nothing. Only the sound of our breathing, ragged and uneven, and the rapid drumbeat of my pulse in my ears. Then I heard it, a rustling, faint but unmistakable, the snap of a twig breaking under weight. My eyes snapped open, though I hadn't realized I'd closed them. I looked at Vanessa. She heard it too. Her eyes were wide, her body tense, every muscle coiled and ready to run. The sound came again, closer this time, a soft shuffling like something moving through the leaves, deliberately, carefully, stalking, not trying to be quiet, but not rushing either. The confident movement of a predator that knows its prey has nowhere to go. "Do you hear that?" Vanessa whispered, her voice barely audible, almost lost in the oppressive silence. I nodded, unable to speak, my throat too tight with fear. The rustling grew louder, closer, coming from multiple directions now. And then I saw them, two glowing red eyes staring at us from the edge of the clearing, hovering in the darkness about 7 feet off the ground. My breath caught in my throat, every instinct screaming at me to move, to run, to do anything but sit here like a sacrifice waiting for the knife. I felt Vanessa's hand tighten around mine, her fingernails digging into my skin hard enough to draw blood. It was here. It had found us. There was no escape. I didn't think, I just moved. My hand shot to the ignition, jamming the key in and twisting. The engine roared to life, breaking the silence with mechanical fury. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the creature fully for the first time. It was worse than I remembered. The thing stood at least 8 feet tall, its body a twisted mockery of human form. The skull-like head was covered in patches of rotting flesh, maggots writhing in the exposed tissue. The arms were too long, ending in hands with too many joints, each finger tipped with a claw that looked like it could tear through metal. The body was emaciated, ribs visible through translucent, diseased skin that seemed to pulse with its own horrible life. Those red eyes blinked, and then they were gone. Not retreating, but simply vanishing as if they'd never been there at all. But I knew better. It was still there, just invisible now, hidden in the spaces between light and shadow. I pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car lurched forward, tires spinning in the gravel before finding traction. We shot out of the clearing, the engine screaming in protest as I pushed it beyond its limits. I didn't know where we were going. I didn't care. All I knew was that we couldn't stay there. Whatever was out in those woods, it wasn't going to stop until it had us, until it had finished whatever horrible purpose had drawn it to our family. The road twisted and turned, barely visible in the headlights. Trees blurred past, their trunks appearing and disappearing in flashes. I kept the gas pedal down, the speedometer needle climbing into dangerous territory for these narrow, winding roads. "We have to tell someone," Vanessa said, her voice shaking but gaining strength. "We can't keep running forever. We need help." I nodded, my throat tight with emotion and fear. She was right. We needed help, but who would believe us? Who would believe any of this? That our mother had been possessed or replaced by something inhuman? That a creature from nightmares was stalking us through the woods? It sounded insane even to me, and I had lived through it. I glanced at her, her face pale in the dim light of the dashboard, her eyes still wide with terror, but showing determination too. "My little sister forced to grow up in a single horrific night." "We will," I said, forcing confidence into my voice. "We'll find someone. The police, the sheriff, someone. We'll make them listen." The red eyes were still in my mind, haunting me, imprinted on my memory like a brand. I knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot. But as long as we were alive, as long as we had each other, we had a chance. And I was going to fight for Vanessa. I was going to fight for whatever was left of our family, whatever future we might still have. I pressed the gas harder, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The car sped down the dark, winding road, and I made a silent promise to myself, to Vanessa, to whatever God might still be listening in this nightmare. We weren't going to be its victims. Not tonight. Not ever. The sky began to lighten imperceptibly at first, then with growing confidence as we drove. The oppressive darkness that had surrounded us for hours slowly gave way to the gray of pre-dawn. With the light came a sense of relief so powerful it almost made me cry. We had survived the night. I pulled into a gas station on the outskirts of a small town called Cedar Falls, a place I'd never heard of but that looked like salvation. The fluorescent lights of the station were harsh after hours of darkness, but they were beautiful, artificial, human, safe. I parked the car and killed the engine, and for a moment Vanessa and I just sat there, unable to move. "We made it," Vanessa whispered, her voice filled with disbelief. I looked at her, really looked at her for the first time since we'd escaped. Her face was scratched from branches, her clothes torn, her eyes red from crying. But she was alive, we both were. "Yeah," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "We made it." I opened the car door and stepped out into the cool morning air. My legs were shaky, barely able to support my weight. Every muscle in my body ached, but we were alive, and that was what mattered. Inside the gas station, a clerk looked up from his magazine, his eyes widening as he took in our appearance. I must have looked as bad as Vanessa, scratched, bleeding, clothes filthy and torn. "You kids okay?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. I opened my mouth to answer, but the words stuck in my throat. How could I explain what had happened? How could I make anyone understand? "We need to call the police," I finally managed. "Please, we need help." The clerk reached for the phone without question, his expression serious now. As he dialed, I looked out the window at the car where Vanessa still sat, staring at nothing. The morning sun was breaking over the horizon now, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. It was beautiful, normal, a world where physics worked the way it should, where mothers were mothers and shadows were just the absence of light. But I knew the truth now. I knew what lurked in the deep woods, what could wear a human face and mimic a human voice. I knew that there were things in this world that defied explanation, that violated every rule of nature and sanity. As the clerk spoke to the dispatcher, I made another promise to myself. We would tell our story, and somehow, some way, we would make people believe. We would make sure that whatever had happened to our family, whatever had taken our mother, would never happen to anyone else. The nightmare wasn't over. I knew that. Whatever had hunted us through those woods was still out there, probably waiting, probably watching. But in the growing light of dawn, with help on the way and my sister safe beside me, I felt something I hadn't felt since this all began. Hope. We had survived the night, and if we could do that, maybe, just maybe, we could survive what came next. The police would come. We would tell them everything. And whatever happened after that, we would face it together. Because that's what family does. Even when the world becomes a nightmare, even when the impossible becomes real, family endures. And we would too. The rhythmic hum of tires on asphalt filled the cab of my beat-up Ford F-150 as we cruised down a winding road deep in the heart of the Ozarks. The lush green canopy of trees stretched endlessly on either side, occasionally broken by rocky outcroppings that hinted at the rugged terrain beyond. Man, if you told me I'd be stuck in the middle of nowhere with a dead body and a Bigfoot story, I would have laughed in your face. That's what I keep thinking as I sit here, hands trembling, trying to make sense of the nightmare I've just lived through. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me back up a bit. My name's Darian Thorpe, and this all happened back in 2017. I've had my fair share of rough patches in life. My parents split when I was a kid, and I bounced between them like a pinball, never really finding solid ground. Maybe that's why I developed such a knack for fixing cars. They were the only thing that didn't argue back or leave. I'd like to think I'm pretty handy with a wrench, and it served me well over the years. Anyway, this story really starts with Milo, my best friend since high school. We were inseparable, like brothers really. He had this infectious laugh and a tendency to joke about everything, even when things got serious. We'd always talked about going on a road trip, just to get away from it all. Life had been wearing us down, and we needed an escape. So there we were, cruising down that lonely road, Milo's grin wider than the highway itself. "Dude, this is it," he exclaimed, punching my arm playfully. "No cell signal, no noise, just nature and us. It's gonna be epic." I couldn't help but smile. His enthusiasm was contagious, even if I had my reservations about spending a week in the wilderness. Yeah, I chuckled. Just remember whose mechanical expertise is gonna save our asses if this rust bucket breaks down. We were headed to an old cabin Milo's uncle had left him. It was tucked away in a part of the Ozarks that time seemed to have forgotten. The perfect spot for two guys looking to disconnect from the world for a while. As we drove deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to close in around us. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a dappled pattern on the road. It was beautiful, in a wild, untamed sort of way. But there was something else too, a feeling I couldn't quite shake, like we were being watched. I glanced at Milo, wondering if he felt it too, but he was too busy fiddling with the radio, trying to find a station that wasn't pure static. "Man, we really are in the boonies," he laughed, giving up and switching it off. Little did I know, as we wound our way deeper into the forest, that this trip would change our lives forever. That somewhere in these woods, something was waiting, something that would turn our dream vacation into a waking nightmare. The cabin came into view as we rounded a bend, a rustic structure that looked like it had been standing there since the dawn of time. Milo let out a whoop of excitement, but I felt a chill run down my spine. There was something about this place, something that made my skin crawl. If only I'd listened to that feeling, if only we'd turned back right then and there. But we didn't. We parked the truck, unloaded our gear, and stepped into a horror story of our own making. As I look back now, I can't help but wonder, how different would things have been if we'd just stayed home? But it's too late for what-ifs now. All I can do is tell our story, and hope that someone, somewhere, learns from our mistake. Because out there in the wilderness, where the trees grow thick and the shadows run deep, something is waiting, and God help you if it finds you. We got to the cabin around noon. It was rustic, to put it mildly. The wooden structure looked like it had weathered 100 storms, its dark timber bleached by years of sun and rain. The porch sagged slightly, and the windows stared out at us like vacant eyes. Milo laughed and said, "Home sweet home, eh? Bet it's got hot running water and room service." I chuckled and we started unpacking. The interior of the cabin was just as rough as the outside. A layer of dust covered everything, and the air was thick with the musty smell of disuse, but it was shelter, and it beat sleeping intense. We spent the afternoon setting up and exploring the area. The cabin sat in a small clearing, surrounded on all sides by dense forest. A narrow path led down to a creek about a quarter-mile away. Milo found an old fire pit near the front of the cabin, and we decided to gather some wood to get a fire going before it got dark. As the sun dipped below the tree line, casting long shadows across the clearing, we sat around the crackling fire, sharing stories and beers. The night was peaceful, the only sounds the pop and hiss of the fire and the chorus of crickets in the underbrush. It was then that Milo started with his Bigfoot nonsense. He had this goofy grin saying, "Man, can you imagine if Bigfoot just showed up right now? We'd be internet famous." I rolled my eyes. Yeah, and we'd invite him for a drink. Seriously, enough with the Bigfoot crap. But Milo was on a roll. No, really, think about it. All these sightings over the years, there's gotta be something out there, right? And we're in prime Bigfoot territory. I was about to tell him to knock it off when we heard a rustling noise coming from the woods. Milo, being Milo, yelled, "Come on out, Bigfoot, we got cold beer." We laughed it off, thinking it was just a raccoon or something. But the rustling got closer and louder. We stood up, flashlights in hand, scanning the tree line. The light caught something moving, something big. "Milo, get back," I whispered, but he was already stepping forward, curious. "Holy shit, is that?" He never finished the sentence. It happened so fast. One moment, Milo was standing there, flashlight beam dancing across the trees. The next, a massive figure burst from the underbrush, all fur and muscle, and terrifying speed. I saw it clearly in the firelight, a creature standing at least 7 feet tall, covered in dark, matted fur. Its face was a nightmarish blend of ape and man, with deep-set eyes that reflected the firelight like a predator's. Milo screamed, a sound of pure terror that I'll never forget. The creature rushed at him, quicker than anything that big should be able to move. I froze, my brain struggling to process what I was seeing. The thing grabbed Milo, massive hands engulfing his torso. There was a sickening crunch, and Milo's scream cut off abruptly. I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed the fire poker and swung it like a madman. The iron bar connected with a meaty thud. The creature roared, a sound so deep and primal it shook me to my core. It dropped Milo and turned those dark, unreadable eyes on me. For a second I thought I was dead. I could smell its breath, hot and rank, feel the heat radiating off its massive body. But then, as quickly as it had appeared, it bolted back into the woods, leaving me alone with my dying friend. Milo was a mess, blood everywhere, gasping for air. I tried to stop the bleeding, pressing my hands against the worst of the wounds, but it was like trying to hold back a flood with my bare hands. He looked at me, eyes wide with fear and pain, and whispered, You were right, should have shut up about Bigfoot." Those were his last words. He went limp in my arms, and just like that, my best friend was gone. Part of me wanted to run, to jump in the truck and drive until I hit civilization, but I couldn't leave Milo, not like this. I knew I had to do something, so I steeled myself and dragged his body back to the cabin, my mind racing. Once inside, I locked the door and barred it with whatever I could find. Chairs, the small table, anything to create a barrier between me and whatever was out there. I didn't sleep, just sat there in the dark, waiting for that thing to come back. The night dragged on endlessly. Every noise outside made me jump. The crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves. I kept thinking about Milo's stupid Bigfoot jokes and how they weren't so funny now. As I sat there, covered in my best friend's blood, I realized that we had stumbled into something beyond our understanding. Whatever was out there, it wasn't the friendly, misunderstood creature of campfire stories. It was a killer, and I was trapped in its territory. The hours crawled by like wounded animals. Every creak of the cabin's old timber, every gust of wind through the trees outside, sent my heart racing. I sat with my back against the door, the fire poker clutched in my white-knuckled grip, straining my ears for any sound that might indicate the creature's return. Milo's body lay where I'd left it, covered with a blanket I'd found in one of the musty cabinets. I couldn't bring myself to look at it. The reality of what had happened was still too raw, too horrific to fully comprehend. As the night wore on, my mind began to play tricks on me. Shadows seemed to move in the corners of the room. More than once I thought I heard heavy breathing just outside the cabin walls. Each time I'd tense up, ready to fight for my life, only to be met with silence. I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. The rational part of my brain insisted that it must have been a bear, maybe one with some kind of deformity that made it look more humanoid. But I knew that was bullshit. What I'd seen was no bear. It was something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky outside, I finally allowed myself to relax slightly. Somehow, I'd made it through the night. but I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to get out, had to tell someone what had happened. With shaking hands, I began to gather our belongings, shoving them haphazardly into our bags. I avoided looking at Milo's things, each item a painful reminder of the friend I'd lost. When I could delay no longer, I turned to Milo's body. I couldn't leave him here, not like this. With a heavy heart, I wrapped him in the blanket and, summoning all my strength, lifted him into my arms. The morning air was crisp and cool as I stepped outside, my eyes darting nervously around the clearing. There was no sign of the creature, but I could feel its presence in every shadow, behind every tree. I loaded Milo's body into the back of the truck, covering it with a tarp we'd brought for camping. I took one last look at the cabin, wondering if I'd ever come back. I doubted it. As I climbed into the driver's seat, a movement in the trees caught my eye. For a split second I saw it, a large, dark shape watching me from the shadows. Then it was gone, melting back into the forest as if it had never been there at all. I gunned the engine and tore out of there, gravel spitting from beneath the tires. As the cabin receded in my rearview mirror, I felt a mix of relief and dread. I was escaping, yes, but I was also leaving the only place where I knew for certain that the creature existed. Would anyone believe me once I got back to civilization? As I drove, I rehearsed what I would tell the authorities, but no matter how I phrased it, the story sounded insane. A Bigfoot attack? They'd think I was crazy, or worse, that I had something to do with Milo's death. The truth was a burden I now had to bear, a secret that would haunt me for the rest of my days. And as the miles rolled by, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over, that somehow, someday, I would find myself face to face with that creature again. I drove like a madman to the nearest town, about an hour away. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the truck on the road. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I half expected to see that thing loping after us, those dark eyes fixed on me. The town, when I finally reached it, seemed surreal in its normalcy. People were going about their day, completely oblivious to the horror I'd just lived through. I found a payphone outside a gas station and called the cops, trying to keep it together as I explained what had happened. When they arrived, I told them everything. Well, almost everything. I left out the part about the creature being Bigfoot. I'm not stupid. I knew how that would sound. Instead, I described it as a large, unidentified animal. Even then, I could see the doubt in their eyes. They took Milo's body and started an investigation. I was questioned for hours, going over every detail again and again. The more I talked, the more I could see them losing interest in my story. They kept coming back to one question. Had Milo and I been drinking? Yes, we'd had a few beers. No, we weren't drunk. Yes, I was sure about what I saw. No, I couldn't explain why there were no other signs of a large animal in the area. The cops didn't find anything at the cabin, no footprints, no signs of struggle, nothing to corroborate my story. They chalked it up to a bear attack, despite my protests. I knew what I saw, but who'd believe a Bigfoot story? Milo's death was ruled an accident, and I was left with nothing but questions and a whole lot of guilt. His family was devastated, and I couldn't even give them the truth about what had happened. How could I tell them their son was killed by a creature that wasn't supposed to exist? I went back to my life, fixing cars and trying to move on. But it's not something you can forget. I kept thinking about that night, about Milo and the creature. I don't tell people about it because it sounds insane, but every time I close my eyes I see that thing, hear Milo's screams. The weeks following the incident were a blur of sleepless nights and paranoid days. I jumped at every shadow, flinched at every unexpected sound. I started researching Bigfoot sightings, spending hours online reading about encounters and theories. Some of what I found resonated with my experience, but much of it seemed like pure fantasy. I considered reaching out to Bigfoot researchers or cryptozoologists, but every time I got close to making contact, I stopped myself. What if they publicized my story? What if it somehow got back to that thing in the woods? The thought of it finding me finishing what it started was too terrifying to risk. So I kept quiet, carried my secret, and tried to convince myself that it was all a horrible nightmare. But deep down, I knew the truth, and I knew that somewhere out there, in the deep dark woods, that creature was still waiting. Months passed, and life took on a semblance of normalcy. I threw myself into my work, spending long hours at the garage, losing myself in the familiar rhythms of engines and tools. It was easier to focus on fixing cars than to dwell on the unfixable past. But the memories of that night never truly faded. They lurked in the back of my mind, ready to ambush me in quiet moments. I'd find myself staring off into space, reliving those terrifying seconds when the creature burst from the woods. The sound of Milo's bones cracking, the look in its eyes as it turned on me. I started having nightmares. In them I was back in those woods, but this time I was alone. I'd hear the creature moving in the darkness around me, always just out of sight. Sometimes I'd hear Milo's voice calling for help, but I could never find him. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, the phantom scent of pine and blood in my nostrils. My relationship suffered. How could I explain to anyone why I flinched at sudden movements, why I refused to go camping or hiking? I became a hermit, withdrawing from friends and family. It was easier than trying to pretend everything was okay. I started drinking more than I should, using alcohol to numb the memories and help me sleep. It was a poor coping mechanism, I knew, but it was the only way I could find any peace. One night, about 6 months after the incident, I hit rock bottom. I was sitting in my apartment, halfway through a bottle of whiskey, when I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I was going to go back to those woods, confront that thing, make it pay for what it had done to Milo. I grabbed my keys and stumbled out to my truck. I was just about to start the engine when a moment of clarity hit me. This was suicide. Even if by some miracle I managed to find the creature, what could I possibly do against it? I sat there in the dark, key in the ignition, as the reality of my situation washed over me. I broke down, really broke down. For the first time since that night, I cried for Milo, for myself, for the life I'd lost. And as the tears flowed, I made a decision. I couldn't go on like this. I needed help. The next day I found a therapist. I couldn't tell her the whole truth, of course, but I talked about losing Milo, about the trauma of witnessing his death. It helped more than I thought it would. Slowly, I started to piece my life back together. I quit drinking, started exercising, tried to reconnect with old friends. I even went on a few dates, though I never let anyone get too close. There was always a part of me that remained guarded, always watching the shadows. But as time passed, the nightmares became less frequent. The memories, while still painful, lost some of their sharp edges. I started to think that maybe, just maybe, I could put it all behind me. Then, almost a year to the day after Milo's death, I saw something that brought it all crashing back. It was just a brief news item, easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. Another disappearance in the Ozarks, not far from where Milo and I had camped. The authorities were calling it a hiking accident, but I knew better. As I stared at the TV, a cold certainty settled in my gut. It wasn't over. The creature was still out there, and somehow I knew our paths would cross again. 2 years after Milo's death, I found myself driving back to the Ozarks. I hadn't planned it, hadn't even realized where I was going, until I saw the familiar landscape rolling by outside my window. It was as if some unseen force was pulling me back to where it all began. I told myself I was being stupid, that I should turn around and go home. But a part of me knew this was inevitable. I'd been running from the truth for too long. It was time to face it. The road to the cabin was overgrown now, barely visible in places. My truck struggled over the uneven terrain, but I pressed on. As I neared the clearing, my heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. The cabin looked exactly the same, as if the last 2 years had never happened. I half expected to see Milo step out onto the porch, grinning and ready with some stupid joke. But there was only silence and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. I sat in the truck for a long time, wrestling with my fear. Finally, I took a deep breath and stepped out. The air was thick with the scent of pine and decaying leaves. I approached the cabin slowly, every sense on high alert. The interior was undisturbed, a thick layer of dust covering everything. Our sleeping bags were still there, rolled up in the corner where we'd left them. I picked up Milo's, a lump forming in my throat as I remembered his excitement about this trip. As the day wore on, I explored the area around the cabin. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, signs of the creature maybe, or some evidence that would prove I wasn't crazy, but there was nothing, just trees and rocks and the endless sounds of the forest. As night fell, I built a fire in the old pit, just like we had that night. I sat there staring into the flames, lost in memories. That's when I heard it, a rustling in the underbrush, just like before. My heart nearly stopped. I stood up slowly, grabbing the fire poker. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaking. "Is someone there?" The rustling grew louder, closer. I gripped the fire poker tightly, my palms slick with sweat. Then from the darkness beyond the firelight, a figure emerged. It wasn't the creature, it was a man, tall and lean, with a wild beard and piercing eyes. He held up his hands as he approached, showing he meant no harm. "Easy there, friend," he said, his voice gravelly. "Didn't mean to startle you." I lowered the poker slightly, but kept my guard up. "Who are you? What are you doing out here?" He introduced himself as Hank, a local who lived off the grid in these woods. He'd seen my fire and came to investigate. As we talked, I found myself telling him everything about Milo, the creature, the disbelief I'd faced. I expected him to laugh or call me crazy. Instead, he nodded solemnly. "You're not the first to see it," he said. "That thing's been out here for years. Most folks don't believe, but those of us who've seen it, we know." We talked long into the night. Hank shared stories of other sightings, of missing hikers and campers. He believed the creature was protecting its territory, lashing out at those who ventured too deep into the woods. As dawn broke, Hank left, but not before warning me to be careful. "It's still out there," he said, "and it remembers those who've crossed its path." I spent the next day hiking through the woods, retracing the steps Milo and I had taken 2 years ago. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. But I pressed on, driven by a need for closure I couldn't fully explain. As the sun began to set, I found myself in a small clearing I didn't recognize. The trees here were older, their branches forming a thick canopy overhead. The air felt different, heavier, charged with an energy I couldn't define. That's when I saw it. At first, just a shadow among shadows. Then it stepped forward, and I was face to face with the creature that had haunted my nightmares for 2 years. It was exactly as I remembered, massive, covered in dark fur, with eyes that reflected an intelligence that sent chills down my spine. We stood there locked in a silent standoff, neither moving. Finally, I found my voice. "Why?" I asked, surprised by the steadiness of my words. "Why did you kill him?" The creature tilted its head almost quizzically. Then, to my utter shock, it spoke. The voice was deep, resonant, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. "Your kind threatens our existence," it said. "We protect what is ours." I was stunned, not just by the fact that it could speak, but by the implications of its words. "We?" I managed to ask. "There are more of you?" It nodded slowly. "Few, hidden, hunted." In that moment, everything I thought I knew shifted. This wasn't just some mindless beast. It was intelligent, part of a community, fighting for survival. "I'm sorry," I said, surprising myself. "We didn't know. We didn't mean any harm." The creature regarded me silently for a long moment. Then it turned and began to walk away. At the edge of the clearing, it paused and looked back. "Tell no one," it said, "or more will die." Then it was gone, melting into the forest as if it had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. Part of me wondered if I had imagined it all, but deep down, I knew it was real. As I made my way back to the cabin, I thought about Milo, about the life he'd lost. I thought about the creature and its kind, fighting to survive in a world that didn't believe they existed. And I thought about the burden of knowledge I now carried. I left the Ozarks the next morning, driving back to my life with a head full of questions and a heart heavy with secrets. I knew I could never share what I'd learned. The consequences would be too severe, not just for me, but for an entire species struggling to survive. Sometimes on quiet nights, I find myself looking out into the darkness, wondering about the creatures hiding in the shadows of our world. I think about Milo, about the adventure we sought and the tragedy we found. And I hope that somehow, somewhere, he understands. I don't know what the future holds, or if I'll ever encounter the creature again. But I do know this. There are things in this world beyond our understanding, mysteries that defy explanation. And sometimes the truth is more terrifying and more wondrous than we could ever imagine. As for me, I'll keep my secret. I'll fix cars, live my life, and always keep one eye on the woods, because now I know what's out there. And in a strange way, I feel responsible for protecting not just humanity's secret, but the secret of an ancient, hidden species fighting for survival in our ever-shrinking wilderness. I never wanted to be the person who'd tell this kind of story. The type that makes people shift uncomfortably in their seats and cast nervous glances over their shoulders. But after what happened that night in Congaree National Park, I feel compelled to share it. My name is Silas Reed, and in 2018, I witnessed something that defied explanation, something that shattered my understanding of the natural world. Before I get to the horror of that night, you need to understand how I ended up there. I'd spent most of my life searching for purpose, bouncing between jobs in Charleston and Columbia. Nothing seemed to stick until I found my way to the Park Service. There was something about the swamp that called to me. Maybe it was the way the morning mist clung to the cypress knees, or how the filtered sunlight created ever-shifting patterns on the dark water. I'd been working as a ranger at Congaree for just over 2 years when it happened. The job suited me perfectly. I loved the solitude of early morning patrols, the satisfaction of helping lost hikers find their way, and even the mundane tasks like checking trail markers and monitoring water levels. The swamp had become my home, and I thought I knew all its moods and mysteries. My closest colleague was Ranger Kendra Morgan, a veteran of the Park Service who'd been at Congaree longer than anyone else. She taught me everything I know about the swamp's ecosystem, from identifying the different species of frogs by their calls to reading the water levels by the marks they left on the cypress trunks. More importantly, she taught me to respect the swamp's power and unpredictability. That summer had been particularly wet, with record rainfall swelling the waterways and flooding parts of the park that usually stayed dry. The rising water levels had forced wildlife into unusual patterns, bringing them closer to the marked trails and visitor areas than we'd ever seen before. We'd already had to close several sections of the boardwalk due to flooding, and visitor numbers were down. Little did we know that the unusual conditions were about to unleash something far more dangerous than displaced alligators or water moccasins. The day everything changed started like any other. I arrived at the ranger station before sunrise, brewing a pot of coffee strong enough to wake the dead while reviewing the overnight incident reports. Nothing unusual, just a couple of hikers who'd stayed out past sunset and needed an escort back to their car. The morning briefing brought news of more storm damage to assess. The remnants of a tropical system had passed through overnight, dumping another 3 inches of rain on our already saturated swamp. Kendra and I were assigned to check the eastern section of the park, where several visitors had reported hearing strange noises the previous evening. Probably just fallen trees, Kendra said as we gathered our gear. But better safe than sorry. If only we'd known how prophetic those words would become. The eastern section of Congaree was the most remote part of the park, where the boardwalks gave way to primitive trails that disappeared beneath the swamp waters during high floods. As Kendra and I made our way deeper into the cypress forest, the morning sun struggled to penetrate the thick canopy overhead. "Notice anything different?" Kendra asked, pausing to examine a watermark on a cypress trunk. I did, but couldn't immediately place what was bothering me. The swamp felt wrong somehow. The usual morning chorus of birds was subdued, and the constant drone of insects seemed muted. Even the air felt heavier, carrying an unfamiliar musk that made my nose twitch. "It's too quiet," I finally said, "like everything's holding its breath." Kendra nodded, her experienced eyes scanning the surrounding trees. "The water's higher than I've ever seen it. Look at these marks. It rose another foot overnight." We continued our patrol, documenting damage and marking hazardous areas. Around mid-morning, we came across something that stopped us in our tracks. A massive cypress, easily hundreds of years old, had been uprooted, but it wasn't the fallen tree that caught our attention. It was the marks on its trunk. "Those aren't from any gator I've ever seen," Kendra muttered, running her hand over deep gouges in the bark. The scratches were nearly 7 feet off the ground, and they'd been made with tremendous force. Whatever had made them had to be incredibly strong and big. I took photos for our report, trying to ignore the growing unease in my gut. "Could it be a bear?" I suggested, knowing even as I said it that no bear could reach that high or leave marks that deep. "Bears don't come this deep into the swamp," Kendra replied, her usual confidence wavering slightly. "And these marks, they're fresh, maybe from last night." We found more signs as we continued our patrol. Broken branches high in the canopy, unusual tracks in the mud that disappeared into the water, and most disturbing of all, the remains of what appeared to be a wild boar. The carcass had been torn apart with savage force, its bones crushed and scattered across a wide area. As the day wore on, the swamp's oppressive atmosphere grew heavier. The water level continued to rise, forcing us to wade through chest-deep sections between patches of higher ground. Every splash, every distant sound made us pause and listen. It was late afternoon when we heard it, a deep, resonating sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't quite a roar, wasn't quite a growl, but something in between that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Radio the station," Kendra whispered, her hand moving to the sidearm she carried for emergencies. I keyed the radio, but got only static in response. The sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by the crash of breaking branches. Something large was moving through the swamp, heading in our direction. We backed away slowly, trying to keep our movements quiet and controlled. The water around us began to ripple, small waves lapping against the cypress trunks. Whatever was approaching was big enough to displace significant amounts of water. Through the gaps in the trees, I caught glimpses of movement, a massive dark shape sliding through the water with disturbing grace for its size. Then, for a moment, everything went still. The ripples subsided, the forest fell silent, and even the wind seemed to die. That's when we saw it clearly for the first time. The creature rose from the water less than 30 yards away, water cascading off its massive frame. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It stood easily 12 feet tall on 4 legs, its body covered in dark, bristly fur that seemed to shed water like oil. Its head was nightmarishly proportioned, combining features of a wild boar and something far more ancient, something that should have gone extinct millions of years ago. But it was the eyes that froze me in place. They were intelligent, predatory, and filled with an ancient malevolence that spoke of countless years spent hunting in these swamps. This wasn't just some undiscovered species. This was something that had deliberately stayed hidden, something that had been watching us far longer than we'd been watching it. Time seemed to freeze as we faced the creature. My training, all those protocols and procedures we'd practiced, meant nothing in this moment. This wasn't a lost hiker or an aggressive alligator. This was something entirely outside our experience. Kendra moved first, her voice steady despite the terror I knew she must be feeling. "Back away slowly. Don't turn your back on it." We began to retreat, fighting the urge to run. The creature's head tracked our movement, its tusks gleaming wetly in the fading light. Steam rose from its body in the cool air, creating an otherworldly aura around its massive frame. Then it happened. My foot caught on a submerged root, sending me stumbling backward. The splash was deafening in the silence, and the creature's reaction was immediate. Its muscles bunched, and with shocking speed it launched itself through the water toward us. "Run!" Kendra screamed, drawing her sidearm and firing several shots. The reports echoed through the swamp, but the bullets seemed to have no effect other than enraging the beast further. We split up instinctively, Kendra heading west toward the boardwalk, while I crashed through the underbrush heading north. The creature hesitated for a moment, then came after me. Its pursuit was relentless, smashing through obstacles that would have stopped any normal animal. I ran blindly, splashing through the swamp, my lungs burning. The water level varied treacherously, one step finding solid ground, the next plunging into deep pools. Behind me I could hear the creature's powerful strokes through the water, its breathing like a steam engine. My knowledge of the swamp was the only advantage I had. Years of patrols had taught me its geography, its hidden paths and dangerous spots. I headed for an area where I knew the water channels were deep and numerous, hoping to slow the creature down. The gambit worked, partially. The beast was forced to navigate more carefully, giving me precious seconds to think. I keyed my radio again, desperately hoping for a response. "This is Ranger Reed. Emergency at Sector 7. Unknown hostile creature in pursuit. Need immediate assistance." Through the static, I caught fragments of a response, but couldn't make out the words. The creature was closing in again, having found a path through the channels. Its roar of frustration echoed across the water, causing birds to explode from the trees in panic. I spotted a fallen tree ahead, its massive trunk creating a natural bridge across a deep section of swamp. It was risky. The bark would be slippery, and one wrong move would send me into the deep water below. But I was running out of options. Scrambling onto the trunk, I began to make my way across. The creature burst from the underbrush behind me, its massive form silhouetted against the setting sun. For a moment it seemed to consider the fallen tree, testing its weight with one massive paw. That's when I saw my opportunity. The tree, while large, clearly wouldn't support the creature's bulk. If I could make it across, I might gain some real distance. I was halfway across when I heard the wood begin to crack. The creature had decided to follow, its weight causing the ancient trunk to splinter and groan. I threw myself forward, reaching for the far bank just as the tree gave way with a thunderous crash. The sound of the creature hitting the water was like a bomb going off. I pulled myself up the bank, risking a glance back. The beast was thrashing in the deep water, clearly uncomfortable but far from helpless. Its eyes found mine, and in that moment I saw something that chilled me even more than its physical presence: calculation. This wasn't just a predator acting on instinct. It was thinking, planning. The creature was smarter than I'd realized. While I ran through the darkness, it had been hurting me, driving me exactly where it wanted. I finally understood its strategy when I burst into the old camping ground, a site we'd closed years ago due to flooding. Rusted picnic tables and broken fire pits littered the area, offering little protection. My radio crackled with Kendra's voice. "Silas, backup's coming. Where are you?" "Old campground," I gasped. "It's got me trapped." The beast emerged from the trees, moving with deliberate slowness. In the dim light, I could see old scars across its hide. This wasn't its first encounter with humans. The maintenance shed was my only hope. 50 yards away, its metal walls barely visible in the darkness. I needed a distraction. Spotting a half-buried propane tank, I pulled out my emergency flare. The creature watched, waiting. I threw the lit flare at the tank and dove behind a concrete table. The explosion wasn't huge, but it was enough. While the beast recoiled from the flash, I ran for the shed. I broke through the shed's rusty door to find scattered tools and equipment. An old cattle prod caught my eye, along with a container of fuel. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. The creature blocked the doorway, its massive form casting a shadow over me. I stood my ground, the cattle prod humming to life. For the first time, I saw uncertainty in those ancient eyes. When it charged, I struck with the prod, but the shock only enraged it. One of its tusks caught my leg, opening a deep gash. As I fell, a helicopter's searchlight suddenly pierced the darkness. The beast hesitated, looking up at the unfamiliar sound. I threw the fuel container and fired my last flare. The explosion lit up the night. Through the flames, I watched the creature retreat, crashing through the shed's wall and vanishing into the swamp. The official report called it an unidentified large predator, but those of us who were there know the truth. Sometimes, in the early morning mist, I think I hear it moving out there, waiting. After all, it had been hunting these swamps long before us, and I suspect it'll be here long after we're gone.